Ooh, okay. It doesn't get more official than that. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started, recognizing that people are going to trickle in this morning. My name is Yao Nyame. I'm a urologic oncologist here at the University of Washington Fred Hutch Cancer Center. I practice at the Seattle VA as well. And I have a research practice at the University of Washington and Fred Hutch that's focused on health equity and prostate cancer. And that's really what has inspired and engendered this event. This is a unique event for us at the Cancer Center because we're really focusing our day on building a program around education, awareness, and collaborative research to advance equity. And so I'm going to go through a few housekeeping things. I'm going to give a very brief introductory talk, even though I have a lot of slides. I'm going to zoom through some of them so that we can make time for our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Wendy Barrington. You don't need to know that. This is our agenda. I think you have a paper copy of this. Our day is actually broken up a little bit different for a patient symposium. We are going to have our traditional education talks, right? Kind of letting everyone know what's happening within our cancer center, what are some advances clinically, diagnostically, therapeutically that are occurring. But then we're going to shift to a few members of BACPAC sharing their stories for an opportunity for discussion around what some areas of need are. Then we'll have lunch, and then we're going to come back to sort of some quick pitches from a few of our research faculty on areas we would like to see improvement in prostate cancer research from an equity standpoint. And we are going to then transition that into what should be a really fun activity to end the day. So I hope you guys can stay with us for the duration of the day and that we can all learn together. So this event will be recorded. For the virtual attendees, if you want to ask questions, do that through the chat function. Our team will be monitoring the chat and we'll make sure that those are asked to the panelists throughout the day. For the in-person participants, those of you in the room, you'll have index cards to write down questions. And so what I'll try to do, just because there might be overlap in the types of questions that are answered, I'll try to MC. But there will be a microphone in case there are additional questions people want to ask. Our team has put together a pre-meeting survey. We would love for people to complete that. I heard the completion rate is 10%, so I know we can get that higher. There is paper copies of that, so if you'd like to fill out a paper copy quickly before we get started, we're happy to pass that out. And then links for the online version of that were emailed to everybody. Our afternoon for the virtual participants will end at around 2:30 when we do our interactive in-person component of things next door. So for those who are virtually attending at 2:30, essentially you'd be dismissed for the remainder of the day. So I'm going to transition now to my talk. Any questions? All right. Get this open. So these are my disclosures for this introduction today. You know, I give a lot of talks on prostate cancer, equity, racial disparities in prostate cancer, and I always start with one of these slides about race, because I think when I started thinking about racial inequity in prostate cancer, one of the things that I was really fascinated with was the biology and sort of these concepts that really, you know, medical establishment and health research were forcing us to think about, because we think about it in cancer in general, right? Cancer is a biologic process. But one of the things that we have to be really careful about is recognizing that race is a social construct, right? It's without scientific or biological meaning. It's defined really by distinct physical features, shared ethnicity. It is dynamic, shaped by geography, culture, history, and social political forces. It has biologic correlates, but it is not a biologic feature. And so if you look, for instance, at this map of the US, you can see that the concentration of Black individuals at the county levels in the southeastern United States. And that's not coincidental. Here is cotton production by county level in 1860, right? And so we know that the transatlantic slave trade is a big driving force of where Black individuals live today. And certainly when I think about prostate cancer, if I showed you a map at the county level of where the highest death rates of prostate cancer are in the United States, they're concentrated in the Southeast US. A lot of folks have heard the term redlining. This comes from the Homeowners Loan Corporation Act. This is a federal program, part of the New Deal. It's really helping people get on their feet after really significant financial turmoil in the United States. When essentially what it did was it provided either interest-free loans or essentially just a gift of money for people to keep their homes and prevent them from defaulting on their mortgages. And the way that they determined who was eligible for those loans really depended on where you lived, right? So if your neighborhood was zoned as green or A, then you're going to get the loan. B, which was still desirable, you had a little bit lower chance of getting that. You had a slightly less chance of getting that loan, but still pretty good. If it was in the yellow zone, that was declining, and D, hazardous, which is red, then really your chances were poor. And if you look at the definitions that were being used by surveyors at the time, you see that really the classification was based off of the predominant race in your neighborhood. And I've given this talk across the country, and I always pick Seattle because that's where I live now. But I'm a little bit, I got to be careful here because I'm not a native Seattleite, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But looking at this, we have one of the main red zoned regions or red line neighborhoods in Seattle here around the central zone, central district, excuse me. And if you look historically, that's where a lot of non-white or Black individuals have lived in the Seattle region. Due to displacement, we've seen that population now move further south into the South Sound region. If you look again in the Central District is one of the highest areas of displacement in our city. It's an area where you're going to see the most neighborhood disadvantage. There's most injuries from penetrating trauma in that region of our city. And if you look at pollution levels, and this is across the United States, if you live in a district that was that had that classification of being red line, that you're more likely to have environmental pollution in that neighborhood. And then in some research from HICOR, which is part of our Fred Hutch Institute, if you live in one of these neighborhoods in Seattle, you're more likely to die of any type of cancer. You're more likely to be diagnosed with advanced cancer when you have your diagnosis or metastatic cancer. So where you live really matters, right? And I think sometimes we fail to recognize how impactful a law from 1930 can be in present day health outcomes. So why do I bring this up? There's this intersection between race and health. COVID really helped highlight that, right? So in the early COVID days, epidemiologists like my good friend here, Dr. Barrington, were all talking about what we're really hearing from our peers down at the community level is that there's a big disproportionate outcomes. The first data that come out on this was in the summer of 2020, and what we saw was that BIPOC individuals across the US were much more likely to die of COVID than their peers. One of the first papers published in JAMA, which is a really high impact medical journal on this topic, was this, that there might be differential expression of this TMPRSS gene, something that we are familiar with in prostate cancer in Black individuals, and that might explain why there's more COVID death, right? And this is a really small study, 100 and some odd people, and a really big extrapolation. The reality is this is what COVID looked like, right? And so when I was at home doing what I think was the unthinkable, right? I think as surgeons, cancer surgeons, we think that our jobs really can't be affected by anything, right? We've got to treat people when they get their diagnosis. I'm at home because we've closed our operating rooms to turn them into ICU overflow. All of my neighbors and peers are working from home. These were essential workers. And this is a picture from an unknown city, but it came across my Twitter timeline, and it's really resonated with me. You see unmasked individuals packed into the back of this bus on their way to do their jobs. And so the social determinants and structural determinants of health and equity are such big drivers. I think when we think about communicable diseases such as COVID, it's easy to understand how a situation like this might drive your outcomes and risk. But I think we need to be creative in the way we think about how these structural and social determinants are impacting cancer as well. So really quickly, I'm going to review prostate cancer. It's a leading cause of a new diagnosis for Black men in the U.S. It accounts for about 42,000 new cases. It's the second leading cause of death from cancer for Black men. If you look by comparison, it's about anywhere from a 50 to 80% higher risk of being diagnosed if you identify as Black, and more than a twofold risk of dying from prostate cancer. This is the widest racial disparity of any cancer in the United States. And it's something that has been persistent for over 5 decades. So the introduction of PSA testing, advances in our treatments have allowed us to decrease prostate cancer death by 50% since the late 80s. And yet that difference between Black individuals and non-Black and the rest of the population has still been twofold. So very quickly, what drives this disparity? This is a really elegant study done by my mentor, Ruth Etzioni and Roman Gulati. Dr. Etzioni is in the back of the room today, and we'll be talking to everyone about PSA testing. And we have all these conversations when I first came here. If we can figure out what is driving this, well, what's the lever that we pull so that we can have the biggest impact? And so Roman was able to use the computer model to figure out all these different components of the process, how much do they contribute? And what you see is the risk of just more cancer among Black individuals accounted for about 30 to 40% of the variation that we see. The cancer aggressiveness at diagnosis accounted for about 30%, and poorer survival once diagnosed accounted for 30%. So to me, that tells us that there are opportunities to think about how things like screening, finding these cancers earlier when perhaps they're less aggressive, finding them where they're more treatable so that survival rates are better. Because this survival rate is really among individuals who are diagnosed too late. It's this idea of having lymph nodes that are positive at the time of diagnosis. So how do we think about prostate cancer disparities now as a research team? This is actually really informed by Dr. Barrington. Early in my career here, she gave a talk that described the structural determinants of equity. And I remember really sitting with that term and really diving deep into it. And I think if we don't look at this at multiple levels, not just what's going on with what is available in health factors, what's going on with the social determinants, which we know really impact health. But I think we need to be able to take one step further away and understand how systemic racism, health policies, the laws, the economic systems, how all those work together to drive potential worse outcomes for certain individuals who are socially disadvantaged. And that certainly can be true for Black prostate cancer patients. So environment, these are the circumstances, objects, or conditions by which one is surrounded. And I really, that reminds me of a couple of quotes that I've heard in my career thus far. Robert Ginyard, who's one of our BACPAC board of directors, and I were on this talking circuit for a little while, and he's a very successful, Black entrepreneur. He was the chairman of Zero for a while. The board of Zero, and every time we had a talk together, he talked about the stress of being Black as part of his prostate cancer journey. And I've had countless patients ask me, why are we at more risk for prostate cancer? A question that we still haven't answered thoroughly, despite all the advances we're making in our field. So it's really important to remember Black race is not a risk factor, right? Being Black in the United States is being part of a population that's at high risk. And I think we need to think about ways that we can reduce that risk and ways that we can identify cancers early and successfully treat them. So BACPAC is one of those things that we hope will help move that needle. Our goal really is to develop community partnership to advance research. And we want to do that across the entire continuum of prostate cancer care. And you saw that diagram that I showed earlier on from the development of a cancer all the way through the treatments. We want to be thinking about ways that we can be better and improve outcomes for Black prostate cancer patients. And I am 100% confident that if we figure out how to improve it for Black prostate cancer patients, that ultimately we improve prostate cancer care for everybody. And that's our ultimate goal, right, is to eradicate prostate cancer altogether. So I'm going to skip through a couple of these slides now in the interest of time, just because I've gone over this. But ultimately, I think what we need is to develop solutions that work, figure out how to put those into practice, and figure out how to keep those things that work funded and available, right? So we always talk about development, implementation, and sustaining interventions that make a difference. So can we put these disparities in prostate cancer to bed? Absolutely. But how are we going to end up doing that? I think we have to be more like Marshawn Lynch, and we have to embrace the action. And I think football is a great analogy, right? Because it's about doing hard things. It's about toughness. It's about teamwork. And I think together, if we're willing to take this journey on, that we can make a big difference in eliminating prostate cancer disparities. So we have a lot of ongoing activities at BACPAC. Please look us up. We're always looking for more individuals to join our team in participating in research. And with that, I want to just take a quick minute to thank a few individuals on our team who really are instrumental in the day-to-day success of our program. And that's Sungmin Kim, Dante Moorhead, Erica Wolf, and Jenny Lee. So with that, I'm going to transition to our keynote speaker, Dr. Wendy Barrington, which I have the absolute pleasure to welcome today. Wendy and I were part of the COE office for a brief time. She appropriately was swooped away onto bigger and better things. But I'm very excited to have her come here today and talk about ARCH. I do think that there are some really exciting things that are happening at the University of Washington that are helping us think about how to promote health equity. And one of those things is ARCH. So Wendy Barrington is an associate professor with adjoint appointments in the Department of Child, Family, and Population Health Nursing in the School of Nursing and the Department of Epidemiology and Health Systems and Population Health in the School of Public Health at University of Washington. She's an instructor of public health and healthcare practitioners focused on understanding and addressing the social determinants of health in practice, and serves as inaugural director of the Center for Anti-Racism and Community Health, ARCH. As a health disparities researcher and epidemiologist, Dr. Barrington's own program of research falls within two main schema: promoting health communities and addressing racial disparities in clinical outcomes. She applies community-based participatory research principles to foster authentic community partnership, collaborate with community health workers and promotoras, and transform health systems via optimizing policy, practices, and processes to disrupt mechanisms of structural racism and discrimination that limit the accessibility of quality of public health and healthcare services. Dr. Barrington is an emerging national public health leader through her work as part of the steering committee for the Association of Schools and Programs of Public Health, Framing the Future initiatives, and members of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Community Preventative Service Task Force, as well as National Evaluation Team for the National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program and Colorectal Cancer Control Program. She's active in cross-institutional collaborations as part of the Women's Health Initiative, the Cancer and Prevention Control Research Network, and a board of the Intercultural Cancer Council. That's all she does. So with that, I would love to welcome Dr. Barrington to the stage.
Wow. Good morning. That was an amazing intro. Thank you. That's so very kind. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you all here this morning. And I'm just going to bring my slides up really quickly. Okay. So good morning. Good morning. So I'm really excited to share with you the journey of the Arch Center as Dr. Nyame just introduced, and really kind of share with you it as a model or an example of how we are trying to shift institutional policies and practices to disrupt inequitable experience of outcomes within the School of Public Health, within the University of Washington, and beyond. And we really can't do that without community partnerships. This is really a labor of love for me. It's really my joy to mirror the strengths of the people that I work with, and that's really what keeps me coming back. And it's just a pleasure. Thank you. So before I would begin, however, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that the University of Washington was built on the traditional land of the Coast Salish peoples, land which touches the shared waters of all tribes and bands within the Suquamish, Tulalip, and Muckleshoot nations, and pay our respects both to elders past and present. I also acknowledge the Duwamish peoples whose land we currently stand on, who, like the tribes named above, were also signatories of the Treaty of Point Elliott. Yet I also make these acknowledgements in recognition of the long-standing processes of US colonization that have and continue to harm, devalue, and erase Native communities. And I make these acknowledgements in recognition that colonization continues through processes of state and federal recognition. And these processes are a major part of the foundation of our current social hierarchy and inform mechanisms of structural racism. And so it's really important for us at the Arch Center that we are working in solidarity to elevate Blackness and indigeneity, as well as cross-cultural collaborations to do the work that we do. I'd also like to respectfully acknowledge our debt to the enslaved people, primarily of African descent, whose labor and suffering built and grew the economy and infrastructure of a nation that refused to recognize their humanity. While the 13th Amendment to the Constitution technically ended slavery in the US, we know that slavery's ongoing impacts are still felt by countless people forced through violence, threats, and coercion to work in the US. And we recognize our debt to exploited workers, past and present, whose labor was and continues to be stolen through unjust practices. So I'm saying a lot of words here that we may not be used to hearing or thinking about. And I really invite you all into this space of discomfort with me, because we're going to be talking about some hard truths from the experience of those who've experienced these processes. I want to acknowledge the recent acts of domestic terrorism that occurred and continue to occur. These murders were fueled by hate nurtured by many factors, including the history and contemporary expression of white supremacist ideals. So we have to contend and wrestle with this ideology that is woven throughout the fabric of our society. And we are socialized to not want to talk about it. So again, I understand this may be new or a different way of introducing discourse around health disparities. But again, I'm inviting you all in partnership and in examining and interrogating this with me. So I am spending time now talking about whiteness specifically. And whiteness is important as a construct because it is the normalization of white racial identity as good, right, and appropriate. And the reason why this has implications in terms of our work as scientists and practitioners and clinicians is because, you know, especially as an epidemiologist, we always have a comparison group. And who the comparison group really has significant implications in terms of how we are interpreting the data and how we are deciding how to use that data to inform action. We are all socialized in whiteness as a byproduct of living here. The primary purpose of whiteness is to maintain power and to keep it consolidated, to value the protection and reinforcement of white Western ways of knowing and being, and that includes knowledge, epistemologies, how we actually think, you know, what are the different types of study designs that we value over others? What is the type of data that we value over others? You know, especially as scientists, we are all about quantitative data, but we know that we need to understand the experiences of people to make sense of that data. We need to be in conversation. We need to be in relationship, and we need to have trust. So, you know, white supremacy is an ideology that's grounded in hate, and it actually harms all of us. It harms us both differently and similarly, and whether we are aware of it or not. These differences are our points of solidarity, and these similarities are our points of collective action. So Dr. Nyame was talking about prostate cancer disparities. That's the reason why we are here. You know, all of this is related in terms of the experience of differences in opportunities and resources to achieve optimum health. But we are not here just to respond to trauma. We are also here to imagine, dream, demand, and make real a world where everyone can achieve the optimal state of health, to uplift and celebrate Blackness and embody hope, which I have heard defined as optimism tempered with a clear-eyed understanding of obstacles and experiences, to be our ancestors' wildest dreams. And I want to just also take this moment to recognize a community partner of mine who's just recently passed, and I'm going to be leaving you all early today to go celebrate her life. She is a partner. She was a partner with me at Mount Zion Baptist Church in promoting breast cancer screening within that community, Marie Brooks. So I just wanted to say her name. I also wanted to share with you a little bit about me, because also in science, we are told that, you know, science is objective, science is not personal, but we are people as scientists, and therefore science is personal. I'd like to acknowledge I'm a cisgender, biracial Black woman with a doctoral and master's degrees in epidemiology. I acknowledge the privilege that is extended by my proximity to whiteness, and my ability to navigate predominantly white spaces because of how I look. I say this to make explicit my positionality, as this informs how I think and what questions I ask. I'm also an avid gardener, although seasonal. I don't do this when it's really in the big dark here in Seattle, which is most of the time. I love summer. I've wrangled chickens as long as I've wrangled teenagers, and I love digging in the earth and nurturing growth, both as respite as well as inspiration. So you're going to see so many great garden metaphors as I move through my talk. It's just a huge point of inspiration. And also another important piece of anti-racism is centering those whose voices have been in the margins. And what that means, and I might have a slide about that a little bit later, but I wanted to take a moment to kind of tell you and be very intentional and explicit about kind of what I'm trying to do, what my purpose is in terms of talking with you today. And so that's really to center the discourse around Black and Indigenous thought. And so I'm going to be doing that in terms of who I'm elevating and citing in my presentation. So Dr. Kamara Jones, I don't know if you all have heard her metaphor, her allegory about a gardener's tale. And so that just really spoke to me so very poignantly, because it's really talking about environments and how environments can be so incredibly impactful in terms of how flowers can grow. But the environment is also stewarded by a gardener many times. And so if that gardener is not aligned with equity, then the garden is not allowed to flourish equitably. Dr. Ruha Benjamin also talks about planting seeds, to be able to imagine with people and plant seeds. She describes it as viral justice. Every small act that we do together collectively makes an impact. And then Dr. Robin Wall Kimmerer about Indigenous knowledge and the importance of naming things. You know, throughout my career, I was really interested in understanding, why are these differences happening among different groups of people? And I was really trying to understand, okay, is it socioeconomic status? Is it where you live? What is it? And really trying to understand that without naming racism, because we are socialized to not talk about that. But it's very important to give name to things. And it's very important not only to give name to things just so we all have a clear understanding about what we're talking about, but it also can expand the ways that we think in terms of opportunities for solutions and disrupting barriers. So for my talk today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about analyzing the soil. This is going to be really kind of coming through an acknowledgement and a recognition of the history of racism in this country specifically, and how it is tied inextricably to science. I'm going to be talking about growing the Arch Center, sharing with you our journey towards anti-racist transformation within our institution, as well as community engagement, and what fruit we are bearing from that effort, as well as lessons learned that I've kind of wanted to share with you as a gardener for equity. At least that's what I strive to be. So I always begin my talks about the history of land and labor acknowledgements and the history of colonization, because that was really the seminal process leading to our racialized society in this country. And this racialized context is the setting in which we all operate within, as individuals, as researchers, as practitioners, as institutions, and as communities. We must revisit history and critically interrogate and name events, their purpose, and their impacts. We start with the examination of how Western Europeans began to consolidate power and create ideologies to support that effort, specifically colonization and white supremacy as means of acquiring and exploiting land and resources. And these groups wielded genocide, enslavement, and assimilation to sustain and perpetuate these ideologies. Now, I'm neither a historian nor a sociologist, so I'm not an expert in these phenomena, but I need to have a working understanding of what this was and how this continues to work, in order for me not only to kind of function as a social epidemiologist, but for me also to be able to function as a person within this society. As a health sciences researcher and educator specifically, this is imperative because of the role research played and medicine in providing quote unquote evidence in support of the concept of race and therefore racism. Clearly and understandably, there is a chasm of mistrust between communities of color and public health and healthcare researchers and practitioners. Yet there has been no real accountability within public health or medicine to facilitate a process of reconciliation and repair. And we are here to change that. We can do that together. We can begin to plant those seeds. When talking about anti-racism, I think it's important to understand that this action is inherently multi-level in nature because of the way that racism works. When people hear the word racism, they automatically conceptualize it really at the interpersonal level, What we often fail to see are the higher levels that structure and consolidate and magnify those interactions so that they are perpetuated and sustained without conscious thought. The purpose of structural and institutionalized racism is to limit individual and collective power, which I define as the ability to act and or influence decisions that determine access to resources and opportunity. Power asymmetries tip the balance of exposure to factors that increase or decrease risk of outcomes like prostate cancer incidence and mortality. I believe that we need to focus our efforts to reduce structural barriers that inhibit diversification of the scientific and health professions. We need to change our academic and disciplinary social norms that preference certain types of science, certain types of practice, as well as certain types of researchers and practitioners. And we also need to root out racialized science focused on biologic determinism, which assumes that there is an inherent biologic difference that's unique to social categorizations of race. And I really appreciate what you were introducing us with, Dr. Nyame, in terms of understanding that, race within this country, across societies globally, is a social construct. It's really important to also focus our efforts to balance community power in our understanding of doing that. So a community partner once asked me, when connecting concepts of racism and health, where do you most often see a breakdown in understanding? And one is the discourse research has perpetuated in terms of naming race rather than racism as the foundation of racial disparities in health. That again perpetuates biologic determinism. Another is the conflation of race with class and the tendency to want to characterize racial and ethnic disparities purely in terms of socioeconomic status. So I show this seminal data because it illustrates the intertwining yet independence of race and class, which supports this assertion. So really you can see here in this graph, that there is an increase in life expectancy that is evidenced within each racial category with increased education as an indicator of socioeconomic status. But you can also see that there's still differences across racial groups if you compare different categories of education. So it's not just education and it's not just race, it's interlocking. And that really is another kind of concept that underpins anti-racism, is needing to kind of look at these systems as interlocking. Now, and that can be really challenging, right? Because we as, at least, in the models and kind of the data analysis that I have done, we really focus on understanding like a main effect. We might have other variables in the model to kind of account for other things that might be going on, but it's really hard to successfully model the interaction between multiple phenomena. So another breakdown in understanding is the use of arguments of exceptionalism of individuals to refute and or gaslight the experience of the many. This is the essence of tokenization that is used as a tool to reinforce white supremacy as well. So maybe this is my epidemiologist brain, but we always want to learn ways to question the outlier as something extenuating is most likely happening for it to show up in that way. There's a healthy reason why this point up at the top of the graph is able to be there and the rest of the data points are where they are. But the thing is that, within the field of biostatistics and the field of epidemiology, we really want to understand what's happening for most of the people. But what you'll often hear in the media, especially narratives within our country, is like, oh, there's this person up here. They were able to do this despite everything else. So why can't you be like that person? What we really need to be understanding is, what do we need to do within our structures, within our norms, so that everyone can be raised up to that level. And so that's what often is called the only within, I don't know if you're familiar, but there's a scholar of critical whiteness studies. Her name is Tima Okun, and she has developed an explanation of white supremacy culture norms as they show up within institutions. And one of them is this reliance on the only to kind of refute the need to allocate resources and opportunities to address the needs of the many. So I'm saying we should not do that. That's not where we need to focus. So now that we have this orientation, what do we do about the disparities in health outcomes? And I'll share a secret that's probably not a secret. Systems want to focus on outcomes. So I, as a social epidemiologist, tend to look at exposures, not outcomes, to isolate action and behavior and to look at where it's coming from, to identify what mechanisms are driving the collective experience. These mechanisms are disease agnostic. I mean, we've seen this, right? We've seen disparities across racial and ethnic groups, and with COVID, not any different. You know, there's nothing new under the sun. There's just new suns. And those new suns really can be our change in how we're thinking about this and how we're addressing that. So mechanisms most salient to Black communities are social cohesion, policing and sentencing, education and representation, whether this be diversity in the workforce, particularly within positions of leadership or voter turnout. These elements are critical to our ability to collectively build power. This in turn directly relates to community autonomy, which is self-determination, sovereignty, owning a choices as a community, or transformation as opposed to assimilation. So what is anti-racism? And I'm just very overjoyed to be working with Dr. Ellett as our inaugural Arch Center Scholar in Residence. And she defines anti-racism as the continual practice of unlearning internalized belief systems dictated by white supremacy, redistributing power, resources, and privileged populations directly and disproportionately harmed by white supremacy, and redressing historical and contemporary biological, mental, spiritual, and social injustices enacted under white supremacy. Now, coming to this definition has been a process for our center, because when people hear the word anti-racism, people have many different ideas of what that means. People have many different familiarity with the different types of constructs that we're talking about, and even in terms of conversations and experiences that they've been exposed to. So as a center, we've had many conversations, community conversations, to be able to arrive at this point. We are really excited to bring Dr. Lett to campus in January, and she really led this effort. So I mentioned before about what does it mean to center in the margins. And again, this really has been uplifted within the literature by Dr. Chandra Ford and Kalanzari Hembwa. And it is making the perspectives of socially marginalized groups, rather than those of people belonging to dominant race or culture, the central axis around which discourse on a topic revolves. So that's incredibly important in terms of how we are addressing racial disparities within health services research. And this relationship in thinking and action is key. There can't just be thinking. You know, we can't just have words. We have to have it coupled with being able to change policy and practice and shift norms that are upholding and reciprocating in terms of being able to uphold those policies and practices. So this is applicable across US and global contexts. It's applicable as an approach across communities. What you decide to do within communities may be different, but this approach can be universal. So as I mentioned, in terms of, you know, different communities choosing to do different things, this is what I call the multiplicities of anti-racism. There is no one definition of what anti-racism is and what it looks like. So in terms of anti-racism in science, this is the informed and adaptation of the public health critical race praxis. So it really provides almost like, as scientists, we really like procedures and steps, but it kind of guides us in terms of helping us think through this. So the first focus area is really digging deep and understanding contemporary patterns of colonization and racialization. And in order to do that, again, really uplifting the voices of those who are actually experiencing that. Then being able to interrogate our evidence base. What is it that we know, or what is it that we think we know? And who is it that is telling us that? Whose voices are missing? Being able to be very honest and clear about, all right, these are our anti-racism. In implementation science, they call it no-do gaps. This is what we don't understand. This is what we need to learn more about. And being able to orient our field, and that also includes our funders, that also includes our guideline-making bodies in terms of recognizing that and supporting that placement of effort and energy to be able to understand that. The third focus is conceptualization and measurement. So filling those gaps by co-designing, and I say co-designing strategies, co-designing metrics with those who are experiencing the issue that is trying to be addressed. And then finally, action, really disseminating the identified strategies and implementing them across, institutionalizing them so that they cannot just be going by the wayside when the partners who are endeavoring to do this work may move on or new partners come in. So an anti-racist approach, one thing I often hear, especially is that it's really a public health science thing. You can't really do anti-racism within the context of bench science. And, I did a lot of work with colleagues and thought partners within the School of Medicine, within the 13 basic sciences departments, within colleagues, within Seattle Children's Research Institute. And we really were thinking really hard about what might anti-racism look like in basic science or preclinical science. And again, it's really that understanding that we need to understand how mechanisms are informed by environment. We need to understand how to use data science to ensure that there is equity in terms of how we are generating algorithms. All of these things are anti-racist research strategies. In terms of clinical research, being able to develop clinical interventions for health outcomes, and especially the way that we are also thinking about this is in partnership and in partnership with those communities who are directly impacted by structural racism, but also within the paradigms of health outcomes that are most experienced by those groups. So, again, asking the question, what is the role of structural racism in this system or setting? And how am I going to provide anti-racist framing to my findings? That's another really important thing. So again, kind of moving away from naming race as what is going on here, because that's a signal and people automatically think, oh, then that means that there's something about this group. It attributes blame to individuals in that group instead of understanding, all right, what is the experience of individuals in that group? And how is that perpetuating these disparities that we're seeing? So in terms of the Arch Center, our overarching mission is to interrogate and disrupt processes of racism and racialization, affecting marginalized populations across the life course that perpetuate health disparities while amplifying the knowledge and experience of Black and Indigenous peoples to inform collective action. And we want to partner with communities directly impacted by racism to co-create a knowledge base of effective anti-racist strategies to serve all of our liberation. We have a set of objectives in terms of like the work that we're doing. We are developing an evidence base. So we're writing grants. We're working with partners to understand, hey, what are the questions that you have? What are the priorities that you have? How do you think about this? How do we need to think about this? We want to nurture and develop anti-racism scholars and champion Black and Indigenous knowledge and leadership in public health. We want to establish and transform institutional structures using partnership frameworks to support community-driven health equity action. And that is key because we think we know everything and we don't. We need to get over ourselves. We need to partner with communities authentically. We need to share power. We need to share ideas. We need to share respect. All of these things. And part of that, how we've tried to do that in Arch Center, is inviting faculty members to be faculty, or inviting community partners to be faculty members and teach with us, to do research with us. Because as faculty, you are able to see what's happening, if you will, behind the curtain and help change what's happening behind the curtain. And finally, to be able to establish a common language, a common lexicon, a common approach that's grounded in critical race theory. And I'm saying that. And I know that there's a lot of controversy about that right now, but I just want to say that critical race theory is understanding these differences that different groups have experienced and continue to experience because of historical legacies grounded in colonization. That's what it is. So yes. So our advisory structure within the Arch Center, our purpose is to share wisdom, experiences, and insight in terms of helping the director, and I'm currently in that role, but to help the director inform decision-making, really as an effort to share that decision-making. We have community agreements. We center racism and racialization while honoring intersectional experiences and perspectives in our understanding and action. So again, we are centering the experience of race and ethnicity in terms of racialization, but we also understand that people within those groups do not share all of the same experience. And the reason why we preface, if you will, why we start with race or racism is because you'll notice if you were to say, within a model, let's just say, if you're looking at two factors that are interacting, let's just say like race and ethnicity, and like, let's just say socioeconomic status. I actually showed this on the slide previously. You will still see racial stratification within that other factor. And I am saying that because of the absolute burden that racism places in terms of determining detrimental health outcomes, that's the reason why we start there first. So we need to notice power dynamics and be reflexive about how we show up in space, embracing the multiplicities of truth, as I mentioned, lean into discomfort, be vulnerable. That's another thing. There's a level of vulnerability. That's been actually really hard for me to be able to kind of share myself, to share what my fears are, to be able to share how that might be impacting the questions that I'm asking or the decisions I'm making in terms of how I'm communicating. I mean, being as open as possible is so incredibly important in terms of true, authentic partnership. To be able to support each other in our mistakes and our movement towards reconciliation and repair, and to be accountable to ourselves and our communities. So some of the things that we're doing in terms of trying to plant those seeds, building community. This is just a snapshot of different events that we've hosted or co-hosted over the last academic year. We are supporting, we supported the visit of Maori scholars, just amazing scholars who are very internationally known in terms of decolonizing research methodologies, but then also providing just amazing insight in terms of their perspective of anti-racism through a Maori lens. So that's an indigenous populations in New Zealand. We're also, in our growth, we're trying to prune off shoots of white supremacy culture. And we're kind of doing this through very intentional culture building within the center, resisting urgency and fear of scarcity in terms of like, okay, making decisions. We are going to do this or we're not going to do that. And we're not going to have that based on oh, we have to do this and we have to drop previous commitments because something else has suddenly come up. Making time for a relationship, finding anti-racist measures of success, pursuing opportunities that stem from your values and feed your goals, and saying no to asks that distract from the above. And I learned that from my colleague and friend, Dr. Kemi Dole. Refusing to move in ways that reify whiteness, and digging in, meaning that you care enough to show up even when it's hard. And I would say that all of these things can be done in any lab, in any team. This is applicable across the translational science. So we're also planting seeds of solidarity and collective action. I'm very, very excited to be community with 4 other anti-racism center directors that are situated within schools of public health across the nation. Dr. Chandra Ford, she's now at Emory. Dr. Sherelle Barber, who is at Drexel. Dr. Rachel Hardiman, who's at University of Minnesota, and Dr. Melody Goodman at New York University. We're actually going to be presenting a panel at APHA. So if you guys are there, please come check this out. Again, amplifying and uplifting Indigenous knowledge. And germinating anti-racism scholarship, as well as facilitating shared meeting-making opportunities. So I mentioned we were honored to bring Dr. Lett to campus, but we're also organizing quarterly engagements to be able to talk about, okay, what is Indigenous knowledge? What is anti-racism? How can we begin to blend those in an approach to help us move forward? How are we working with partners within the Yakima Valley to address community leadership priorities that they have within a promotora model? All of these questions. And we're just very excited to also be supporting a lot of students in this work as well. So what we're striving to be is a Black-led hub and spoke model, really to be having anti-racism at the core of health equity, to be able to foster cross-cultural learnings and collective action, and to be able to facilitate public health transformation. Here is how we do that. Centering in the margins, as I've mentioned, raising racial consciousness, which is what this, having these conversations, and critical mass in terms of how people are coming together to do health equity action. Because we really believe that by focusing on anti-racist research and evaluation, we can begin to shift public health capacity to be able to authentically partner with communities who have been marginalized by structural racism and discrimination, so that we can begin to facilitate community-driven health equity action. Because communities know what needs to be done. Communities need resources and assets and support to be able to catalyze and advance those priorities, and really believing that that will get us towards health equity much quicker. So we are also very excited to begin to share a little bit of some of the fruit that we think is coming out of the Arch Center. So the Community Action Collaboratory is really an initiative where we're working across sectors. We're going to have that informed by the Community Accountability Coalition, and then be able to really center on community-centered engagement, community-directed investment, and anti-racist policy and practice interventions. And I want to just take a minute and find my notes, because I thought really I wanted to share like how we're thinking about that in terms of what I mean by, because we hear that a lot in terms of community-centered engagement, community-directed resourcing. We've started to see a little bit of this in terms of the work that was done during the COVID pandemic. So a lot of relaxing of compliance and kind of other barriers that really are functionally stymieing communities from being able to leverage dollars to be able to do the work that needs to be done. So beginning to start to very intentionally interrogate what those mechanisms are and how we can make them more accessible. to be able to partner in with donors, with other funders, to be able to put the hands more directly, put the funding more directly into the hands of community. And then, of course, really change institutional policy and practices to be able to facilitate sharing power. That's really what it comes down to. And then a second thing that we're just very excited about is the Washington State Black Wellbeing Study, and how we've been partnering with the architects of the Black Future Co-op Fund, who are really the ones who are behind this. And that's Toyna Nobles, who's the CEO now for the Black Future Co-op Fund. She's also a Washington State Senator and the previous CEO of the Tacoma Urban League. Michelle Merriweather, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Seattle Urban League. Angela Jones, the Director of Washington State Initiative at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And Andrea Sanderson, who's the co-founder and co-executive director of the BACPAC Executive Directors Coalition. So I have actually been indirectly linked with them through Candace Jackson, who is featured up here. And she's a community partner, just an integral part of the Arch Center as well. And what we've been partnering on is actually sharing how this community initiated study. So it was written by community, it was administered by community, the data is being analyzed by community, and they've come to the University of Washington Arch Center and they're like, all right, these are the things that we need help with. Can you help us? And just so very excited to be in those conversations. And so just through our kind of interaction and our partnership, you know, she orchestrated how this report was going to be disseminated with community watch parties that were kind of themed. And I was a part of a theme of health, along with Ine Abbey, who is the director of Tubman's Center for Health and Freedom, as well as Dr. Maxine Hayes. And up in this picture here with Candace, we were able to co-present about what is community partnered research within a national meeting for the Clinical and Translational Science Awardees, or CTSAs, of which the University of Washington has one. And actually, in order to kind of present that information, I'm like, okay, great. I need to co-present with my community partner then. I can't just go by myself. And they were like, what? They hadn't done that before. We were the first presentation where we actually partnered together to be able to do that. So again, beginning to establish those, push those norms, be able to say, hey, how can we make this happen so that now that this will happen in the future? So in terms of my lessons as a gardener for equity, shared meaning making is essential, embracing the multiplicities of truth, moving beyond the only, and creating new ways of doing. Really being okay with uncertainty and engaging in intentional practice and accepting that you will disappoint people. Again, another gem from Dr. Dole, meaning that if you're going to be doing things differently, it's going to be, people are like, hey, why are you doing it like that and not like this? I need you to do it like this. But you know that the values that you hold and the strategies that you are deploying, stand firm in that. Standing for each other's liberation and recognizing that rest is radical and needed for growth. So I just really want to thank you all so much for this opportunity to be and share with you today. And yeah, I'm happy to share my contact information. I'd love to be in conversation with you. Please do reach out, and thank you so much.
So we're going to transition to some prostate cancer focused talks. Wendy, you've given us a lot to think about. As we make this transition in talks, if anyone has a question for Dr. Barrington, please, we've got one right there. Someone will come grab that index card. Are there any other questions in the audience? Victor, thank you. You know, one of the things that Dr. Barrington mentioned multiple times is partnership. sharing power. And really that's the focus of what we are doing today, is really creating a forum for your voices to be heard on this particular topic of equity. A lot of the morning is around level setting, right? We want to make sure we all have the same language and the same information. And so we're going to have a series of talks that help us do some of that level setting. And then the afternoon really is going to be about sharing ideas. So I really want to thank my colleagues who've taken time out of their Saturday morning to come be with us. Really quickly, how is centering racism instructors and research working throughout the U.S.? Are other research done in places like Florida, Georgia, or Texas different when there are bans on theories like CRT? That's a really great question. Dr. Barrington, do you have a few words you'd like to say about that quickly? All right.
So I think that's a really great question in terms of recognizing that there's different anti-DEI, there's anti-CRT legislation that's been enacted across the country in various states. And you'll, at least I've been noticing a shift in terms of scholars moving out of those institutions or those states to states and institutions that support their scholarship. You know, part of it is, and maybe it's because I'm an optimist, I do think we are able to do the work here in Washington State. And so that is, we need to do that work. We need to continue to push forward because we can. And to continue to build the evidence, to continue to build the partnerships, to be able to continue to demonstrate the impact, because I think at the end of the day, that's really what's going to be important for sustained work. So I think, you know, recognizing that there's going to be also varying degrees in which this work can be done, depending on, you know, whether people are feeling like they can evoke these concepts to be able to talk explicitly and directly about these topics. But I also think it's important to not come from a place of fear in terms of decision making. So again, kind of going back to what I was saying, you know, having a clear-eyed, but also standing firm in your values and being strategic in terms of recognizing, okay, this is what I can do here in this moment. Is that okay? Is that amount of impact? Is that worth my time and effort, or my partnership's time and effort? And if not, then being able to be like, where can I shift? Where can that effort be best received and have the most impact? So I'm trying to kind of balance it between being strategic, being pragmatic, but then also just not being afraid. I think that's really important.
Thank you again. So a couple of quick questions that were mentioned. How do we get the word out outside of our organizations about what's ongoing? And I think that's part of what we're doing, you know, and really a reliance on partnership. There are a lot of folks on the ground in the communities that we can partner with that can help us spread the word about this type of work and the types of studies that were discussed. And there was a question that there weren't a lot of Black men in their slides. And I think, again, that's a partnership and opportunity for us to here today to partner with Arch. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted Dr. Barrington to be here. So with that, I'm going to transition to our prostate cancer focused talks. Our first speaker is Dr. Heather Chang.
Good morning, everyone. I'm soft-spoken. Can the people in the back hear me? I see some thumbs up. Great. Okay. Terrific. It's such an honor to be here today. It's a pleasure to follow Dr. Barrington. I'm so happy that Dr. Niami and others in the team have brought us all together. And so for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about genetic testing for prostate cancer, which affects risk. So that's going to be the primary lens, but also, as Dr. Nelson's going to tell us later, also is really important for treatment of prostate cancer. I'm a medical oncologist, so most of my practice is taking care of patients with prostate cancer, and we have increasingly so many more treatments, so that's really exciting. but I also focus on genetics. And so what I'm really excited about is telling you how it can influence our understanding about prostate cancer risk, who might be at risk for prostate cancer, how we can understand that better, and then how we can maybe take advantage of that information to catch it earlier to improve outcomes. Dr. Etzioni is going to tell us a little bit more about that. Okay, so, and before I get too much further, I'm going to apologize in advance. I can't stay for the Q&A. I promised my son who's in the back that we're going on a mother-son backpacking trip right after this. So, but I'm really happy to follow up later with the group in any way I can be helpful. So raise your hand if you remember this story that came out, almost a decade, well, actually over a decade ago, about Angelina Jolie and her decision to get surgery. I see a few hands up. Okay, that's great. How about this one? Beyonce's dad had the mutation. More African Americans should be tested for. Let's see some hands. I see fewer hands. I see 3 hands. Okay, so not as many. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll understand why I think this is really important, and maybe you'll want to go back and refer to this. So here's my outline for today. I'm going to talk about what is testing for hereditary cancer. Then we'll talk about why this testing is important, and then who is it important for, and then how you can get tested if you're interested. And then the 5th, which is the most important, and hopefully in the afternoon sessions, you can kind of, think about and talk about and share, is how do we do this better? Sort of been following with Dr. Barrington and the theme of our conference today. So let's talk about what is testing for hereditary cancer. And also, I think also very important is what isn't it? Because there's a lot of information, a lot of excitement, a lot of promise, and I would say some confusion as well. So hopefully this will help you some. So hereditary cancer or hereditary genetics refers to the genetics that are the fundamental blueprints of any individual person. And that is inherited DNA, it's sometimes called hereditary. I'm going to use that term for the rest of this talk, but also can be referred to as germline DNA. And it is shared from parents to children, and each of us gets half of our DNA from our mom and half of our DNA from our dad. And that's, as I said, the master blueprints. These blueprints are in all healthy cells of our body. And some changes in genes are called variants or mutations. And the sort of distinction between that is sometimes it's neutral or it's just what makes us unique. And other times those changes actually might increase the risk of developing cancer such as prostate cancer or other cancers. And so that's why this might be important to understand better. Both, understanding that some of this is not going to be harmful. It's just what makes us all unique individuals. But then also some of those variants may be important to understand our health and what we can do to protect our health. And healthy cell DNA, the inherited DNA, doesn't change over time. These are in every single cell of our body, and they can be tested by a blood test or a saliva spit test. And so pretty easy to test. And in contrast, we might talk about this later today, is cancer-specific DNA. So if cancer, which also can be called tumor DNA or sometimes called genomic or somatic DNA or other terms that are used. And these are the DNA that exist in the cancer, which are healthy cells that have essentially gone rogue. So they started off with the sort of original blueprints, and then they picked up mistakes that made them bad actors. And that's cancer-specific DNA. And so the working manual, the working master blueprints, then pick up mistakes. And those mutations or changes are not passed on to children, as you might imagine, because they only arise through the process of living. And so in order to understand those mutations and changes, we would have to test the cancer itself in some way or other. Sometimes it's through a biopsy, sometimes it's from the surgical specimen that's been removed by surgeons like Dr. Lin. But we need to find the cancer in order to understand that. And those testing methods are evolving over time. And increasingly, we're able to use the blood test to pick up evidence or traces of the cancer from the blood. And you might imagine that cancer might evolve over time. I told you that people are living longer than ever with prostate cancer because of our new treatments. And so the cancers can pick up new changes and so that's also important and exciting to think about. Here's another way of thinking about it. The inherited DNA is sort of the blueprints of the car. The cars, when they come off the sort of factory line, all kind of are pretty standard, or the recipe. This is from Mrs. Fisher's Old Southern Cooking, which is the first African-American cookbook that was published, I think, in 1881. So there's a factory line, and then you can see on the right, cancer specific would be sort of like Mad Max. You trick it out on your, personalized, customized, that's everyone's unique. And the same thing with this, a recipe book or a cookbook that then has, your personal version of it that you've edited. Okay, testing for hereditary cancer. So this is the inherited DNA. And what is it and what isn't it? So some of the common medical grade genetic tests are tests like Ambry, Color Health, and Vitae, Myriad. And here at the University of Washington, we use a test called BRCA, but those are medical grade tests. So I also want to emphasize that there are other tests that are called recreational tests that are kind of for fun and not really suited for medical decision making. This is really important. There's a lot of confusion about this. Tests that are not medical tests are things like 23andMe, Ancestry.com. Those are for fun. It's okay to do them, but they're not really suitable for making medical decisions. And then at the bottom, the blue ones are ones that are the cancer specific ones. And those can tell you about the cancer, but they're not going to tell you the information about your original kind of blueprints, your original DNA that might be shared with your sibling and might be passed on or shared with children. So I'm going to shift now and talk about what those changes might mean. We're still learning, would love to partner with, patients in the community and get your thoughts on this. But testing for hereditary cancer, this is how I think about it. If the average lifetime risk of a person starts here, then there are some changes in DNA which changes the risk dramatically. So some polygenic risk scores, there's little changes that can by themselves raise the risk by a step up or a step down, 2 steps up, 2 steps down, and you can add them all together and come up with a new place on the sort of staircase of risk. And then there are some genes that I think about a lot, and we're learning together, like BRCA2, which is the gene that Beyonce's dad actually has a mutation in, which are relatively rare but really important. And they might change the risk by, a flight of stairs or 2 flights of stairs. So they make a big difference. And that's why we might want to know about them, because the risk is so different. We might want to change how we screen for the cancer. We might say this person's at much higher risk. So we might want to check, the PSA, the prostate specific antigen more frequently, or maybe have a lower cut point where we might think about doing a biopsy because the risk is so high. And then there's a lot of genes that are kind of in the middle, and a lot of this is interacting. So we're trying to understand how these things work together. But this is, at the present time, there are some genes like BRCA2 where we know enough to say this is something we got to pay close attention to. So we're testing right now for the sort of orange genes, the genes that are sort of like BRCA2. Some of the genes that are on the testing panel include the ones that would be in green, where sort of it's intermediate, maybe it's a half a flight of stairs. And then there's ones that we're learning about, like the steps, the blue ones. And then we're also trying to figure out how they interact with each other. Okay, now I'm going to talk about why is testing important for you and your family. So very quickly, it may help you understand the risk of prostate and other cancers and find the cancer earlier. It may help your family understand their risks and potentially have potentially life-saving or life-improving, I would say, options if you find cancer early, better outcomes. And it also, if you have prostate cancer, may help you have access to more effective treatment options. So there's the Venn diagram of how those things work together. But hopefully you can appreciate there's different aspects of the potential benefit. So impact for family. Here's how I told you I'm a medical oncologist. Most of my patients have advanced prostate cancer that has spread, no longer really considered to be maybe curable, but very treatable. So if you take 10 of the men in my clinic or all metastatic prostate cancer patients where it's spread, about 1 in 10 have an inherited cancer risk mutation in a gene like BRCA2 that I talked about. So that's this man that's in the blue circle. Half or 50% of his siblings, his brothers and sisters, may share that same risk gene, and half of his children may also share that risk gene. If it's a daughter or sister, they already have potentially life-saving screening and risk reduction, cancer risk reduction option, medications or surgery to prevent cancer. If it's a brother or a son, then our goal together is to find cancer earlier if we think there's a higher risk, and then tailor the cancer screening if that's appropriate, and tailor the screening if that's appropriate. So this is sort of what I get really excited about thinking about and why I think this is important. Okay, who is hereditary cancer or germline genetic testing important for? We think a lot about the family history of cancer, and I would just hope to leave you with know, ask, share. What I mean by that is a lot of times people don't always know all the details about their family history of their relatives. It's okay to ask. There was a period of time where this was a burden to people. They didn't really want to talk about it very much. I have a lot of patients who said, you know, I have one patient who said, I didn't know my father had prostate cancer till I had prostate cancer, but this information could really make a difference. So if you don't know, ask, but also share it with your relatives if you're comfortable, because they can share that information with their own doctors. So we think about mother's, father's side of the side of the family, age at diagnosis, whether it was something that caused their death or not. Other cancers are also really important, even though we might not think about it. Family history of breast cancer, ovarian cancer, pancreas cancer, melanoma, stomach cancer. Those are all really important pieces of information for your doctor. If you have a strong family history of cancer, then you may be appropriate for cancer genetics. Some people with cancer have no family history of cancer, and they still may carry one of these genes. So I'm going to talk about that next. So family history is important, but it's not sufficient. Some people are adopted. Some people don't really know their family history that well. That's okay. But if you do, then you should ask, you should know, and you should share. And some people have a strong family history of cancer, but we don't know all of the reasons yet. That might be genetics. It might be environmental. It might be other factors, but it's still important to kind of be aware of it. Okay, this is a busy slide, and it's not meant for you to look through all the things on the right, except to say this is part of our National Cancer Comprehensive Guidelines. I'll just draw your attention to the left side, and I'm just going to talk through it again. You don't need to sort of keep all of the detail, but we recommend now genetic testing, or at least consideration, being offered genetic testing for people who have metastatic disease because there's treatment implications today, node positive prostate cancer or very high risk prostate cancer, people who have a known family history of, let's say, a BRCA2 mutation or a BRCA1 mutation, people who have a very strong family history of cancer, as I mentioned, people who have Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry, and people who have had a history of male breast cancer, because that's also a risk factor. So that's people who, and you can see that any of those might be criteria for considering testing. You don't have to have all of them. Any one of them would be criteria. Other things to know, I don't need to talk too much about this except to re-emphasize, know and share your family history of cancer, and then seek help from a genetics expert if you have any questions or concerns before and or after. Just please don't be shy. It's really important for people to understand what they're getting tested and make sure their concerns are addressed before they proceed. Other key things to know, sometimes we test the cancer of we test the DNA of the cancer, which can give a clue about whether or not the mutation is inherited. And so if that's the case, there may be times and occasions where it's important, if you do tumor testing, that you get follow-up testing to determine if the cancer has sort of hereditary or family implication. Okay, how can you get tested? There's a number of different ways. In the past, we would refer people to a genetic counselor or geneticist for a discussion prior to testing. And now this genetic testing is important for many different cancers, not just prostate, and many different medical conditions, not just cancer. And so there are many more patients who might be interested in genetic testing and not enough genetic counselors. And so part of this is leading to new strategies to figure out how do we make sure everyone has access to this if that's something that's medically appropriate and it's something that they want. So this relates to equitable care. Treating providers can sometimes now do pre-test education, consent, and ordering with genetic counseling support. Some patients now are initiating their own testing through color or in vitae without patient or doctor participation. I would actually sort of advise against that. I think it's, the ones that are in the STAR are the ones that I think are more appropriate to consider, or under clinical trials such as Gentleman, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, or Promise, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then there's direct to consumer, those recreational tests. Again, you can do those if you're interested, but really remember that they're not the same thing as medical tests. We have a prostate cancer genetics clinic here at the University of Washington and Fred Hutch. But it's multidisciplinary. We have medical oncology. We will have urology opportunities soon, genetic counseling and comprehensive genetics care, both for people who have cancer as well as people who have a strong family history and are at risk for cancer. Okay, how can we deliver cancer genetics equitably? I think this is really important. This is all relatively new on the landscape as the last few years, since probably 2016. And this just cartoon on the right says it takes an average of 17 years for evidence to change practice because of implementation. So if we're early in this sort of period of trying to make sure everyone gets it, how can we make sure, we do it as responsibly as possible? Really quickly, this study is called Gentleman. Was started in 2016. The goal was to remove barriers to genetic testing by offering people the opportunity to self-enroll. So they had a web-based consent, they had a patient survey, and then they uploaded their information, and then they were mailed a medical grade saliva spit test, and then they reviewed the results either by video, by phone, or by email, and they had options for whatever they preferred. If they had a mutation or variant that was clinically important, then they had to talk to a genetic counselor to receive the result. The lessons, I won't go through all the details, the lessons that we learned from this: we can deliver genetic testing remotely, we can engage patients in research remotely, and we can do more to ensure people do not, but we need to do more, sorry, that's what I meant, to ensure that people don't get lost if the steps are too complicated. So if there's too many steps in the process, it might not work very well. So what can we do better? I sort of talked about that. And then importantly, who are we missing and why are we missing them? This is a follow-up study from Dr. Khan that we looked, and Janet Stanford and others that we looked at using the cancer registry to find out who are we missing. And the way this works is basically the state of Washington has the cancer registry that tells us who has a diagnosis of prostate cancer and where they live. And we looked at and invited the people who had a new diagnosis of metastatic prostate cancer between January of 2018 and 2022. We waited 3 months after their diagnosis just to sort of let them kind of get settled, and then sent them a letter inviting them to the program. And the first question was, had you had prior genetic testing, or had you been offered prior genetic testing? And remember, I told you this is now recommended, and only 11% of people reported that they had previously been tested. Half of them, 47%, said they were interested. And then 88% of the people who said they were interested completed the testing. So we felt pretty good about the fact that we were able to mostly test the people who wanted to be tested, but the people who responded were mostly white, were wealthier, were married, and lived close to Seattle. So we have to fill in the gaps of, all of the people who may not have sort of the same resources or time or, bandwidth or access to make sure that they also have opportunities for this if that's what they want. So 7% of those tested had cancer risk mutation. And at the time, I think maybe this will change. At the time, there were no immediate treatment differences, but now since then, there are a number of FDA-approved drugs that would be available as a consequence of this testing if certain mutations were found. So now special treatments are available. So this is a slide I was thinking about yesterday, and this is, I hope, something you'll take back to your discussion groups this afternoon. Why are we missing the 47%, the more than half of people? So the blue is the people that were interested. That means more than half of people were not interested or didn't respond. And why are we missing them? Why we're less than half interested in genetic testing? And better understanding this will help us address the concerns. So some ideas I have, I don't know, these are guesses, but I'd love your feedback, and I'd love, maybe the group can kind of help clarify some of this so we can do better. This is my imagining of what the patient is thinking. I have more important urgent priorities. Work is important. Finances are important. I need to take care of my family. I'm getting through cancer treatment and side effects. This is too much. So maybe that's part of the issue. Maybe it's, I haven't been convinced about why this is important to me. Dr. Cheng, you need to do a better job. Maybe that's the case. I have unanswered questions about genetics in our research that, give me pause. Maybe we can answer that. I don't trust that my information samples will be protected. Maybe we need to do a better job of ensuring that. I have worries about the possible negative consequences of testing for myself and my family. Is this going to be a burden? Will I cause them worry or trouble? Hopefully, I think there may be opportunities for improving health, because it's not that it's information that has no action. It's information that could lead to proactive measures to help your health and your families. Here's another study that's an option today called Promise. There's a website there. You can sign up if you're interested. It's similar to Gentleman, but it's for any person with prostate cancer at any stage of prostate cancer. They don't have to just be metastatic. Anyone in the United States. You can go, and it's pretty similar. You register online, you can get a DNA kit. They send you a saliva kit, you send it back, and you get the information, and it's medical grade testing. In this study, just to sort of address some of the questions that might happen from the last slide, we strongly encourage participants to give the results to their doctor, but the patient controls that step. So you can participate, and if part of your concern is sort of control of information, that's something that's in the power of the patient participant. The data is not otherwise, it's never shared with any identifiers or any outside companies or anything like that. This is very much, our ethic boards are very, very stringent, and maybe we need to do a better job of sort of explaining that to participants. But that's something that I'd be curious to know if that's of concern or consideration. So take home points. Number one, what is testing for? I hope I've told you a little bit about what it is. It's blood or spit testing for inherited genes linked to cancer risk, sometimes called germline genetic testing, not the same as recreational testing, not the same as tumor testing, but related to tumor testing. Why is it important? For people to understand the risk of prostate cancer, other cancers, for finding more treatment options for you and for your families if you have prostate cancer. And for some people, this information can help you find options to live longer because we have better drugs through treatment, prevention, or finding cancer earlier. Who is it important for? People with high-risk prostate cancer, people with metastatic prostate cancer, people with lymph node involvement, and then people with prostate cancer and a strong family history of cancer. How can you get tested? You can talk to your doctor, you can talk to your medical team, you can find a genetic counselor, you can consider the Promise study. And then how do we do better? And I'm hoping we can partner together on that. What are your questions? What are your reservations? What are your suggestions of how we should approach this? Let me know, let Dr. Nowie know. I'm really happy to follow up on this. I'd really appreciate your thoughts on it. Thank you, and please share with us how we can do better. Thanks.
All right, so remember to keep your questions on written down on the index cards, and we'll collect those at the end of the talks. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Ruth Etzioni, who's been a really influential person in my career. So thank you for being here this morning.
So much for doing this. So bold and brave to do this symposium. Wonderful. Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and it is a great pleasure to be here. And Dr. Niamey did not say very much about me, and so I'll just tell you a couple of words about me and my research and my lab at Fred Hutch. So I'm actually a biostatistician by training. I got interested in prostate cancer because I was interested in biomarkers, and prostate cancer has one of the, and at the time, one of the only biomarkers for early detection. And since then, my group, and I'll share a lot of our work, and I'm also going to share a lot of data because I'm a statistician. Our goal is to really understand the data and to fill in the gaps for helping people to make decisions, patients, providers, and policymakers. I work with multiple policy panels developing guidelines for prostate cancer screening, and I'm currently leading the revision of the American Cancer Society's guideline for prostate cancer screening. So it's really important when we're trying to inform big decisions like that, that we really understand the data. So the story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. So in the beginning, there was no PSA. A lot of times you'll hear people say that most prostate cancers were diagnosed when they were advanced before PSA, but that's actually not the case. About 1 in 5 prostate cancers were diagnosed at an advanced stage at the time, but it was significantly higher among Black men. PSA screening came in the late 1980s and was rapidly adopted. So the black line here is just super interesting. Right around 1990, how many men were adopting PSA screening right then? And it really went from rapidly grew and then kind of continued to increase after that time. And what happened to prostate cancer? Of course, it changed everything, but it really changed how many prostate cancers were being diagnosed. So around that time, this is the incidence of prostate cancer, new cases per year. And so you can see that it really jumped up around that time in both the general population and among Black men, showing that there was a huge reservoir of latent, of silent prostate cancer in the population that was all of a sudden being surfaced by PSA screening. And this raised the specter of overdiagnosis. It made screening not so simple. It made it clear that screening might not always be beneficial because there were many prostate cancers that probably without screening would never have even been found. And now they were being found by screening. So in a way that screening was kind of finding what you might say was causing an excess diagnosis. And there were lots of headlines about this. This first one in the New York Times was actually in the late 1990s. And you can see this headline, we're finding more cases, but are we saving lives? And over time, it turned out this actually became a concern, not just in prostate cancer, but also in other cancers. So this is a Wall Street Journal article about cancer screening that is later, and that 60% estimate for prostate cancer is how many prostate cancers are overdiagnosed, meaning that without screening, we would not even have known about them. And now they're being diagnosed by screening and leading to treatment that maybe was not needed and maybe might cause side effects. So this was something that we became very interested in. By the way, that 60% number for prostate is completely wrong. And we spent a lot of time, it's very hard to know how many cancers are overdiagnosed. We spent a lot of time trying to correct the numbers that have been floating around for breast and prostate cancer. And that 60% is about twice as high And the 30% for breast cancer is also about twice as high. Really, these numbers are too high. Let's see, there we go. So what is overdiagnosis? Just so everyone understands this, it occurs when a cancer is detected by screening, would not have been found without screening. So the red dot here is when disease would have presented without screening, and then screening moves the time of detection earlier. And in prostate cancer, it can move the time of detection many years earlier, particularly when a cancer is slow growing. And what we've learned from screening, from our history of screening, is that prostate cancer is not one thing. It can grow very fast or it can grow very slow. It's really a mixture of different diseases. And so if the cancer is slow growing, screening can move your diagnosis many, many years earlier. The lead time is the time that we move to diagnosis earlier. But sometimes it can be moved so much earlier, right, that in men who have prostate cancer, they would never have known about it because they would have died of something else, but now screening is surfacing it for them, leading down potentially the path of treatment that would really not be needed. So prostate cancer screening is all about trade-offs between benefits and harms. What are the benefits? Well, 2 big trials were started in the early 1990s in the US and Europe. And talking about understanding the data, the first trial in the US found no difference. This is the deaths in the 2 groups of the trial, the screening and control group. The US trial found no difference. The European trial found a 20% reduction in prostate cancer deaths. Now, I've been dropping little clues along the way here as to why this might be the case. The trials began in the early 1990s, but we already saw that in the US, people were doing prostate cancer screening already. By 1990, things were already jumping up. So the trial was started in a population in which screening was already happening. And indeed, a reanalysis of the trial, this is actually each year looking at the control group, how many men were being screened. And it was based on a survey among us in the control group, and showed that within the blue part of the bar is men who just got screened in the last year. More than half of men were being screened every year. So this trial was not a trial of screening versus no screening. And indeed, when you really try to get the numbers right of screening versus no screening, we did a big analysis with colleagues in an international group of colleagues that was published in 2018. And we concluded that if we took the data from the trials and tried to figure out what the reduction in deaths would be for screening versus no screening, it would be very significant, probably about 25 to 30% with the way screening was done in those trials. So, sometimes the data can actually, we all love data, and we all love to see results of trials, and clinical trials and randomized screening trials are a gold standard, but sometimes they don't work out as intended. So we have to understand the results and then try to get the numbers right. Now, those are trials. What's happened in the population? Now I'm showing you mortality in the population, and you can see that really this is an incredible success. Prostate cancer is as much work as we still have to do. We also have to celebrate the success that has happened in prostate cancer mortality. But the population is not a trial. The population, many things are happening at the same time in a population. So again, look at the years around 1990 when screening started to come in, right? And you can see that, a few years later, things started to go down, and they've been going down ever since. But around that time, treatments were improving for early prostate cancer. New surgical techniques were making it easier for men to have surgery. And radiation has been improving all along this time. And Dr. Weg is going to talk about radiation, but radiation is probably the most complicated treatment for cancer, but radiation has been improving a lot over this time. The ability to deliver high focused doses of radiation without causing damage to other tissues has allowed higher doses of radiation to be delivered. And of course, changes have been happening after diagnosis, where men have had PSA after diagnosis, so they've been able to find potential recurrences early and be treated for them. We've actually estimated that of all this decline, screening probably accounts for 1/3. Changes in primary treatment about 1/3. And the rest is unexplained and maybe is due to the changes after diagnosis. But the key is to see that we actually can see screening benefit in the population setting. Now, what's a cleaner way to see screening benefit in the population is by looking at distant stage prostate cancer. So, I wanted to note before I get to that, ironically, so looking at the chronology, because we're telling a story here, screening took off in the early 1990s. In 2009, those trial results were published. Shortly thereafter, the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force gave a D recommendation to screening. Look when that D recommendation came in, that second arrow, don't screen for prostate cancer, the most influential guideline panel. After this tremendous drop in mortality that we estimate was 1/3 due to prostate cancer screening. And we spent a lot of time trying to respond to that and trying to make it clear that we felt that this was a misinterpretation of the trial data. Okay, so distant stage, a cleaner look at the effect of screening. You can see how it plummeted after 1990 and to less than a half of what, this is the incidence of distant stage prostate cancer, to less than a half of what it had originally been. There has been an uptick in the recent years. This goes to 2014. This has been continuing, and we're trying to understand whether it might have been a consequence to all of that negative guidance that was coming out from the task force around 2011 to 12. But before that, the task force also recommended against screening older men. So there was a drop in screening in the between 2005 and 2011, and that a consequence of that may have been an increase in advanced cancer a few years later. Now, the way we screen really impacts these trade-offs. I'm going to show you this is a complicated slide, but let me walk you through it. What we do is once we understand the data, we try to understand what the right policy is. And we do this using computational and statistical methods, less important than what we find. So we can look, what we do is we essentially do virtual trials, a computational version of trials, and we look at different policies. So look, if you've got 5 policies here and they have different screening ages, intervals, and what should be a cutoff for PSA to refer a man to biopsy. And I'm highlighting policy 3 here. It has an age-specific cutoff. It's not a constant cutoff. So when I was talking about overdiagnosis, I noted that if you have a slow-growing cancer, you're more likely to be overdiagnosed, but you also are more likely to be overdiagnosed as you get older and if you have competing conditions that may shorten your life expectancy. And so what we consider here is a conservative approach to screening for older men with age-specific cutoffs that are higher in older men, just to try to bring down the chance of overdiagnosis while still doing screening and keeping the benefit for younger men and into the older population who really need it. And I'm going to come back to that theme because I'm going to come back to how the story has evolved and what the theme of screening is now. If you look at this policy 3, that's men 40 to 75, say the same as policy 5. We're screening every other year with an age-specific threshold. If you compare 3 and 5, the lowest line here, the probability of life saved, we're still saving, just look at the size of the bars, a lot of lives. But if you go to overdiagnosis, we're really reducing overdiagnosis. So the goal is, what can we do to balance the benefits and keep the benefits and reduce the harms? When we reduce the harms, we can't keep all the benefits, but can we keep most of the benefits while really cutting the harms? So this brings me to the theme of prostate cancer screening today, is just not just to screen everyone all the time the same way, but to screen smartly. And this has really been a focal area of research over the last 10 plus years. So here are some ideas for smart screening. We're trying to funnel the many prostate cancer cases. We know there are many prostate cancer cases out there. We saw that big peak in incidence. We want to funnel the diagnostic process so that we're screening, diagnosing, and treating the men who really need it. And Heather just talked about a group of men that really need it. In the population, that's a relatively small fraction. And there are many men who maybe would do better not knowing about a very slow growing prostate cancer that is only going to cause treatment adverse effects while not extending their lives. So here are some really good ideas that have been studied. The first one is to start a little around in your 40s to understand what's your PSA level. Because in studies done in what we call in repositories where they had stored blood samples for men at 45, and then they saw who got prostate cancer, who died from prostate cancer. The men who had the higher levels were the ones who tended to really have bad prostate cancer and die from prostate cancer. So if you're low at 45, you can not worry too much and maybe space out your screening. And if you're high at 45, then you want to be coming back and be watching things. Conversely, you might not need screening if you're similar studies. And by the way, these studies were first done in Scandinavian populations. So of course, not representative, but have since been replicated in data in studies, stored blood reservoirs from in Harvard studies, so a more diverse population. So you should start screening if you're high, start screening early if you're high, stop screening if you're persistently low. Similar studies. We suggested using a higher cutoff for referral for older men. There's been a lot of work in what we call reflex biomarkers to try to find a second blood test if your PSA is not obviously very high, but is modestly elevated. A second blood test to filter those cases who probably need a biopsy, who may have a high-risk prostate cancer, and not from those cases who either don't have cancer or have a low-risk prostate cancer. There are different biomarkers. We do not know how much they're being used. You may hear about them. I'm happy to talk more about them. What has really been practice changing, not so much the biomarkers, but having an MRI scan if you have an elevated PSA before going to biopsy, because what we call multiparametric MRI may reveal areas of the prostate that may have a high risk tumor and will also help to guide the biopsy, also help to decide whether you need a biopsy. So the funnel, we're trying to funnel the men who may have high risk prostate cancer to biopsy, and those who we're confident don't have cancer to maybe be more conservative. Maybe they don't need a biopsy. So that kind of is this funnel that is going on. But there's a safety at the end of the funnel, which is if you are diagnosed with a low-risk prostate cancer, we have been working hard to understand how we can manage that without doing surgery or radiation, but just watching it very closely. And Dr. Lin, who you'll hear from, has been leading the best study of this approach called active surveillance that is really informing the field. So that's kind of the theme where we're learning, trying to screen smarter while we're still benefiting the men who need it, while not over-diagnosing and over-treating and over-intervening in men who don't, reflecting how our understanding of prostate cancer as a very diverse entity has changed over the years. And I'm going to spend a couple of slides on screening in Black men because we've talked about the excess risks, and we've seen the graphs of both incidence and mortality in Black men. So we have spent some time trying to understand, what does this mean? Why are we seeing these increased risks? And we have learned that they relate to a greatly increased risk of prostate cancer at every age. So that while among the general population, about 30% of men will actually get prostate cancer, they may not know about it. It's about 45% in Black men. They have similar risks of being clinically diagnosed in the absence of screening, but by the time of that diagnosis in the absence of screening, as you saw in the first slide, Black men are more likely to have metastasized. What does this mean? On the right-hand side, I'm showing you a graph that we based on calculations that we did, of the incidence of getting a cancer that will become fatal if left undiagnosed and untreated. And there's a graph for the general population and for Black men. And so if there is a guideline that says, for example, as there was, that in the general population, men should start talking about prostate cancer screening with their doctors at age 55, we see that Black men have that same burden of having a potentially fatal prostate cancer, that same burden at age 45. So the accelerated risk in Black men leads to them having the same burden as the general population at earlier ages, and inspired us to just say out loud that Black men should begin screening probably 10 years earlier than the general population. And this has actually is now coming into guidelines. And we say, Dr. Nyama and I had a commentary last year, and we said, we must have different guidelines for Black men, and we need to be very explicit, because the guidelines were kind of wishy-washy up until now. And so the recent AUA guideline does have an explicit statement about when to start for Black men. What about starting earlier? What about stopping? I'm showing you here what might seem like a complicated graph, but what I'm showing you is different strategies, harms and benefits for all races and Black men. And what you can see is that the benefits are more. That's how many lives saved in a screened population, what fraction would have their prostate cancer death prevented. The fraction is higher in Black men, of men who will, you can see everything is higher, right? That's the benefit is higher in Black men. But the harm, which is overdiagnosis, also moves to the right. So this is particularly the case in these triangle strategies, which screen the older men at a fixed threshold. Strategies that have a more conservative approach for older men don't have such an increase in overdiagnosis. I just think it's important that we talk a lot about the increase in risk in Black men and how they need to be more aggressive with screening, but in the older patient and in the patient with coexisting conditions that may shorten life expectancy, it may be prudent to be more conservative with screening and or treatment if appropriate for the older patient. So to summarize this beginning, middle, and end, in the beginning, we had a rapid adoption of PSA screening. There was a lot of enthusiasm, but there was not a full understanding of the benefit-harm balance that was needed. And in the middle, we had confusing trials, we had missteps in the guidelines, but we also had an emergence of key ideas and innovations for smarter screening, and they continue to this day. And let me just say that nothing is nothing is perfect, right? So even an MRI can be misread, can be difficult to make decisions on the basis of that. But again, this is where the field is moving, and I wanted to share that. So the middle has this emergence of key ideas and innovations. And so the end, because we're still continuing to try to make this better, is that I think we can really safely and confidently recommend screening. And there is a clear consensus that Black men need their own guidelines. So the last thing I just want to say is that there's so much to know. I know I've spoken for more than 10 minutes. I tried to keep it to 10 minutes, but there's so difficult because there's so much to know. Educating men about their risks and their options is critical. And what we want to know is what is not known. What do we need to focus on in our education efforts? And what are the best channels for delivering this potentially life-saving information, but also information that is important for quality of life, because everybody wants to live as long and good a life as they can. I'll stop there and thank you. Thanks to my colleagues and thanks to our funding, which comes from the National Cancer Institute.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we'll make it up. I promise. Next, we have Dr. Delphine Chen. I am asking that each of our speakers introduce himself briefly in the interest of time. So Delphine, please.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for the honor of being invited to speak with you all today. So I'm the Director of Molecular Imaging and Therapy, which is the Department of Nuclear Medicine at Fred Hutch Cancer Center. And I'm just going to give a brief background on what nuclear medicine is. I'm going to talk about some of the imaging developments for prostate cancer, specifically as it relates to nuclear medicine and molecular imaging. Just to give you some background, the basis of the field of nuclear medicine is the injection of radioactive drugs, meaning we take a drug, it has a small radioactive label on it, and then we can image where that radioactivity goes because of the emissions from that radioactivity. It turns out you can also use that radioactive isotope to deliver therapy level radiation doses and kill cancer. And that is one of the big burgeoning fields in nuclear medicine that we're really excited about and has really given us more interactions with you all and really has given us more, in radiology, I would say, I don't know if we always think about like race and gender because we're looking at an image in front of us. And while we know about the clinical information, we're really just analyzing a set of images in front of us. And so it's been really great to hear all the discussion and hear Dr. Barrington's presentation earlier because it's the awareness piece I think is good. And in terms of thinking of how that would influence our research, I think is really great and really important. So you'll be familiar with MRI, bone scans, and CT. So I'm not going to talk about those so much. I'm going to focus on molecular imaging for prostate cancer and primarily on PSMA PET, because that is the biggest area where we've seen growth and where we can make, we've made a lot of advancements in terms of detecting the extent of prostate cancer. This is a brief history of what we've had specifically for prostate cancer. So C11 choline and F18 fluciclovine, those target different metabolism systems that were specific for prostate, more specific for prostate cancer. But I would say the sensitivities were not that high. So we still, I would say, underestimated the extent of prostate cancer in a good number of patients. So it really hasn't been until until we've had access to prostate specific membrane antigen PET imaging. So it's, as the name implies, it is expressed on other cancers, but really it's called this because it's very highly expressed in prostate cancer cells and with a reasonably high specificity and sensitivity detects the full extent of prostate cancer. And we have had a burgeoning number of agents that we can use to image this, the PSMA. So these are some of the trade names, but these are the three FDA approved agents available. And they essentially give you the same information, like where is the prostate cancer. There are other sins that I won't get into detail about other different types of prostate cancer, but we do have other standard of care PET studies that might be able to detect other types of prostate cancer. But PSMA is really the most commonly used at this point. So as I said, it's highly specific and highly sensitive, not 100%. And the equivalent, the detection rates are pretty equivalent across those those different PSMA tracers. So I'm just going to show some case illustrations showing how we're using PSMA PET. And I won't touch, there's a lot of open questions, like especially Dr. Ciani brought up the role of screening, and one of our abdominal radiologists, Dr. Westphalen, who has done a lot of work with multiparametric MRI, is really interested in the role of PSMA PET for in the screening setting, because if we use that selectively, could we increase the yield of biopsies to accurately diagnose prostate cancer? So just so you know, that is something I'm not going to talk about that in great detail, nor am I going to talk about a lot of other indications that we're going to talk about in great, but I will talk about one clinical trial in addition to these, what we use in clinical practice. So the initial staging of high-risk prostate cancer is in the NCCN guidelines and fairly standard use of PSMA PET. Using it to detect where prostate cancer cancer is when there's a suspected recurrence. So when the PSA is rising after definitive treatment, so after surgery or after local radiation, now the PSA is rising. That's a very common indication for PSMA PET. And then more recently, because we now have lutetium-177 PSMA, which is an FDA-approved therapy for metastatic prostate cancer, we use PSMA PET to determine eligibility for treatment. So as I said, PSMA PET has really opened our eyes in terms of where prostate cancer is and how it spreads. This is one of a case illustration from one of our clinical trials that's funded through the Institute of Prostate Cancer Research here at UW. This is that fluciclovine X-Men PET, one of those alternate metabolism tracers. You can faintly see this little node on the side in the left pelvis, and that's a very common place for prostate cancer to metastasize, like within the pelvis. You see on the gallium-68 PSMA study, there's a very bright spot that corresponds to that same focus. And it turns out that is this tiny little lymph node that's probably 3 or 5 millimeters. We would have never detected that on CT, in any of our prior studies, but now we can see that they had a rising PSA, and so we were able to find it, and now that can be used to direct the therapy and provide more specific information on how to determine those next treatment steps than what we had before. It complements MRI and staging. So there have been anecdotal reports. There hasn't been a formal evaluation of this, but PSMA PET can identify sites within the prostate that may be more subtle on the MRI. So this was very hard to see on the T2. You can see it on the diffusion sequences, but this was underappreciated on the MRI, but you can see it very easily on the PET. It is more sensitive for detecting bone metastases. So bone scans have been a core nuclear medicine modality for imaging prostate, for staging prostate cancer. You can see these sites of uptake that are very bright in bone scans, and it turns out they correlate with very tiny sclerotic lesions that, again, no CT reader would have ever picked these up. Like maybe a small percentage of the highly specialized cancer center specialists might have picked up this one in the iliac, but these others would be very hard to pick up if you were just reading the CT. And the bone scan, even if you did a SPECT, that might have been a little hard to see because they're so small. So it just shows that PSMA PET detects a different, it provides a different, I say different because I think a lot about cancer phenotypes. And so in terms of imaging, but it really detects a different extent of disease compared to bone scans. I mean, the way bone scans detect disease, they're looking for that sclerotic. What I mean by sclerotic is there's more calcium deposition. So the bone is reacting to the cancer cells. So it's detecting the reaction of the bone to the cancer cells, whereas PSMA PET is detecting the cancer cells directly. In terms of the reason I bring up phenotype and the reason why I think about this is because phenotype, meaning how is your cancer expressed and what kinds of expression levels do you have of the PSMA? So it detects what we look at. We look at heterogeneous PSMA expression, especially in the context of looking at eligibility for lutetium PSMA. But this is another case example from our clinical trial showing that the local prostate cancer had very high uptake. But actually there was a bone metastasis that was not at all appreciated on initial staging, and that was biopsied and it was proven to be prostate cancer. We're still trying to understand what this means. So in the initial staging phase, we're not using that heterogeneity information to guide treatment. We're using it more for detection, but I think there's a lot more research to be done in terms of understanding what that heterogeneity means. Does that have any implications on what kind of therapies they'll respond to in the future, regardless of whether it's PSMA targeted or not. And then finally, treatment eligibility for lutetium PSMA. So that's probably one of our most common indications now, because we're really happy to be able to offer this as a potential therapy for patients with metastatic prostate cancer. So you can see I have two different PET scans up here. This is the PSMA PET scan. All these dark spots are bone metastases. Those are all highly PSMA expressing bone metastases. And you can see they're widely distributed. We use FDG. So in Australia, they had really pioneered the use of both PSMA PET and FDG PET to characterize the full extent of disease, because some of those different cancer types that I was talking about, like the neuroendocrine differentiated and other prostate cancer types, they may be more FDG avid than PSMA expressing, and then that would suggest that another treatment might be better than the lutetium PSMA. So in this case, if it was FDG avid, you would also see those black dots like you do, but you don't see that on the FDG PET. So this PSMA and FDG imaging phenotype, if you will, would predict that they would have a better response to lutetium PSMA. Whereas this is another case, again, PSMA here and FDG PET here. You can see that some of these sites are very black. So those sites have more FDG uptake than they do PSMA expression. While most of the disease has heterogeneous PSMA expression, it's not that high either. And so this would suggest that maybe the lutetium PSMA therapy is not going to work as well, and that these sites may not respond. Now, this is not a hard and fast rule, so we're still collecting data to build on the Australian experience. And Dr. Amir Iravani is our theranostics director, who trained in Australia at one of those centers who led those trials. So he's really working on moving that research forward here. We also do SPECT imaging. So it turns out lutetium-177 is imageable with SPECT, and we can track how the drug distributes over time with each cycle. And so in this case, you can see that this patient had a baseline PSMA PET, and they had reasonably high uptake. And you can see all those sites on the first SPECT after their first dose. After their second dose, there's really only one spot left that had PSMA expression, suggesting that we treated a good portion of the tumor burden in this patient. And you can see that that correlated with a nice drop in their PSA. So we're using that SPECT imaging to identify whether we can actually delay the next cycle, or even in some patients, we've been able to stop at 4. The standard dosing regimen is 6 cycles, but if they have nothing to treat, it doesn't make sense to give them additional cycles and increase the likelihood of toxicity and with minimal treatment benefit. So as I mentioned, we do have a clinical trial open for treatment monitoring. And, even when we launched this trial, we talked a lot about how can we make this more accessible and available to diverse populations. And that still is an ongoing discussion. And I know Dr. Yami helped us with some of those initial discussions when we were launching this trial. I think it's always good to revisit. And so we, just like Dr. Ching was saying, we would really appreciate some feedback in terms of how we can make imaging trials in general more accessible, increase awareness, and help with participation. Some of these are very complicated in terms of the time it takes to come into the center to get the imaging study and the time itself just spent getting the imaging. So we want to try to do what we can to make those trials better so that we can get better data that's more representative of patients who get that. Now, I didn't talk about the PET-MR. I was going to mention it a little, but we have a new scanner. So we actually you can do these PET scans on either a PET CT or a PET MRI. And so the PET MRI combines so you can get some molecular information from MRI as well as PET. And so we have our first global PET MR Symposium. United Imaging is the vendor who makes the PET MR. This is a scientific conference. And so we're bringing in some speakers who are going to talk about, but mostly focused on molecular imaging. But we are hoping to make this we're planning to make this an annual event with focusing on different areas where PET MR might be used. And so we're really excited about doing more research with that modality as well. I want to disclose my funding. Telix Pharmaceuticals has provided some support for that clinical trial, and United Imaging is providing some support for PET MR research. Dan Evan and the GU Prostate Cancer Group have provided a lot of input, and then our nuclear medicine team, who without whom they're a fantastic team, and we wouldn't be able to push forward with all of these areas of both clinical and research without them. So thanks so much.
Yeah, you bet. All right.
That was 11 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll see how this goes. So I'm Dan Lynn. I'm the chief of urologic oncology at the University of Washington, and also director of our Institute for Prostate Cancer Research. I recognize many of you. I want to start today just by congratulating Dr. Niami and his team on and you all on this great event. I really enjoyed meeting some of you yesterday. And interacting. I think that on behalf of the Institute, we're very enthusiastic and supportive of this. And I said yesterday to some of you, it's kind of the beginning of something really great. And we really are excited to see it go forward. So I'm tasked for the next 10 minutes to talk about surgical advances. For those of you that might have been to our IPCR symposium in the past, you might recognize some of the slides. I modified a little bit, but just give you some advances from a surgical standpoint. Dr. Nyame are both surgeons, and what's happened in the last few years in advances with the surgical treatment and detection and diagnosis of prostate cancer. So I show this picture to almost all my patients when they come in. I say, here's your prostate right here in the middle, and here's your bladder. And when your bladder gets full, you go right through your prostate and out. Here's your sphincter that controls the urinary stream that can also cause a lot of problems after surgery. And here's the rectum where we place the instrument, usually to biopsy the prostate. This is a picture of the prostate. It's kind of a cartoon, but the prostate actually really isn't like this. It's an unbelievable organ. It actually has different lobes, different glands, different parts of the prostate. And it's really more like this, where this zone out here, the peripheral zone, is where almost all the cancer occurs. But there are other zones of the prostate, like the central zone. There's no cancers that go there. This is the transition zone. This is the part of the prostate that grows as men age and presses on your urethra and causes problems with flow. But very few cancers form there. And then up here is this anterior zone that no cancers form. The problem a little bit is this zone here, because sometimes it's very hard to biopsy that area. And so what are some advances that we've had in the last few years in the surgical treatment? Well, it's biopsy. The typical biopsy is what we call transrectal. We place an instrument back through the rectum here, and we biopsy through the rectal wall. So of course, the rectum has some stool in it. There can be infections. There's issues with rectal biopsies. And now we're transitioning somewhat towards a different form of a biopsy. When we do our biopsies through the rectum, we take a kind of a grid approach. We will distribute the biopsies around and get a bunch of biopsy samples from the whole prostate. Now we're thinking, instead of going through the rectum, perhaps going through the skin just below the scrotum, called transperineal. We think this might have less infections. And the way we do it, we do have a probe in the rectum, but then we biopsy right through the skin. And we can actually get this anterior part of the prostate. I think it's a better sampling of the prostate. And now what we're doing is we're doing so-called templated biopsies. Even what we call saturation biopsies, it looks a little scary. Sometimes and oftentimes they're under anesthesia. And we just recruited Clara de la Calle, a physician. She spent the last 2 years at Hopkins doing this kind of technique. And we just recruited her. She just started here 2 weeks ago, and she'll be in charge of the transperineal biopsy program. So we're learning how to biopsy and detect better and detect more safely. We're also using something that Dr. Chen just mentioned called multiparametric MRI. Multiparametric is not like an MRI like you might have had of your knee or your back or something. You actually get infused with an IV medication, and it combines sort of anatomical and functional. In other words, it takes up the dye and it shows much better imaging. And so this is an example of an MRI. This is an MRI of a prostate. The whole prostate is this entire thing, but you can see there are different zones, just like we saw in that other cartoon, and all the cancer is usually out here. And what we can find is we can find an area that might be brightly lit on one phase, might be dark on another, and that corresponds to where the cancer is. And we've been doing for the last several years something called MRI fusion biopsy, where we took an ultrasound and the MRI and fused them at the same time. And then we can actually find where the cancer is and actually target that with little biopsies, and we can have very precise diagnostics. So I think MRI being married with biopsy is now letting us detect prostate cancer and prostate cancer better. What's that also allowing? Well, it's allowing the new emergence of something called focal therapy. So traditionally for prostate cancer, we've taken the whole prostate out, but now we're thinking maybe we can just sample and just treat one part of the prostate, a partial prostate ablation. And this imaging advances like MRI have actually renewed that interest. And there are now several different sources. I can show you a couple examples. This is George Shade. He leads our focal therapy program. The ideal patient is a patient that we can see the cancer in MRI, that it's only on one half of the prostate, that it might be small and might be low grade and might be a normal size prostate. This is an example of something called HIFU, or high intensity focused ultrasound. This is an example. This is actually, I got this off online from the company. Put the probe in the rectum and that you aim the beam of ultrasound to a certain site. This is showing the urethra, which we would never do. We would actually aim it out here somewhere where the cancer is, and then we ablate and use heat to kill the tissue. And again, George is leading this. I think the future might be more transurethral, where we just put a catheter in the bladder, and the energy beams are aimed out of this catheter. And you can see if the catheter is in the middle, we're aiming energy out towards the lesion in the prostate. So this is kind of the future. We're also using a technique called irreversible electroporation. And that's actually putting little needles in the prostate and having electrical currents go between the needles and generate heat and current that actually disrupts and bursts cells. It's called nano knife. And Dr. Shade's also doing this. And there was a really interesting study where all men were still continent and most of the men still retain their erectile function. So less side effects from surgery or from this procedure. And then the last one is, I should go back. The last technique is this thing called hysterocrypsy. And this is a picture. I'm not sure where you can see. Yeah, you can see these little bursts of energy, and it's non-thermal, so not heating. It uses bursts of energy. And again, I don't understand the technology to disrupt and burst the cells. And you can see here, Dr. Shade's leading this. After this happens, you get basically like a black hole in this area of the prostate, and it just kills that area of the prostate. Again, less side effects, less invasive, less complications. Well, Dr. Nyame do this on a routine basis every week. We're taking prostates out with a robot. You can see here we use little holes instead of a big incision, 5 or 6 holes sometimes. We sit here, the patient's here, and we control the robot. There have been advances. This is how most of the prostates are done in the nation. Now, actually, we have what we call single port, which is just one single port, one single item. There's a camera and instruments on which to base a smaller, just one incision. And Dr. Nyame also is trained in this as well, so-called single port. There are other surgical advances, and I'll just end with just 2 things, one on surgery and one on some of the medicines. This is a traditional way of doing the robotic surgery. We kind of drop the bladder down here and we come in through here, cutting through the vessels and take the prostate out, so-called anterior approach. I've been doing that approach from the back, and this is actually, and actually on these men, if we do it this way, it takes about half a year or so for men to completely get their continence back. I've been doing a technique called Retzius sparing, where we come in through the back, we come in here, we leave all the bladder just up here. We don't move the bladder at all. And it's called the Retzius sparing approach. The ideal patient, there are some issues about the patient. We like to have a smaller prostate and so forth. But the time to continence is usually less than a month. In fact, several men that have this are continent and dry, no pads within a week. So we're doing this so-called Retzius sparing. And the last thing I'll tell you is kind of piggybacking on Dr. Cheng's talk. We know a lot more about the tumor. And so this is a landmark paper, and Dr. Nelson, you'll hear later today, and Colin Pritchard had this paper that was published. It was one of the most cited papers in history of prostate cancer, where we found that those BRCA-like mutations, which Dr. Cheng talked to you about, are present in a lot of men. And what we're doing now is we're saying, let's take the men that have what we think are pretty bad prostate cancer and sequence their tumors. And after sequencing them, if they have one of these mutations, Dr. Cheng is now leading a national clinical trial. If they have some of these variants, then they get a chemotherapy before surgery, and then we take their prostate out with the hope of shrinking down their cancer, actually disappearing it. And this is happening already in breast cancer, where we're taking women with breast cancer, giving them certain targeted chemotherapy, and it's actually literally having their cancer disappear. Dr. Schweizer is leading another trial where we're doing the same thing, sequencing the tumor, and if they have a certain targetable gene variant, then they're getting either immunotherapy, chemotherapy, or other therapies. And again, we're seeing whether we can actually physically shrink away their cancer and make it disappear. So in there, I think that certainly I showed you a little bit of MRI and how that's increasing what we can see. We're doing focal therapies instead of taking the whole prostate out, just hitting part of the prostate. We have some improvements in robotic approaches. And then, of course, now we're marrying that with genomic sequencing and hopefully treating our cancer patients better. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it.
Next, we have Emily Wag. I'll have her introduce herself, talk about radiation. I didn't time it in, my boss.
Well, I'm not your boss. You can time me. Good morning. I think I can talk as fast as Dr. Lin and Dr. Chen.
I'm Emily Wegg. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Radiation Oncology, and I specialize in genitourinary malignancies. So most of what I treat is prostate cancer, and I'm really delighted to be here today to talk to you a little bit about what's been going on that's exciting in radiation for prostate cancer. So thank you for the invitation. Just a brief 5 seconds on what radiation is, because it's a little bit of a mystery. It's invisible, it's non-invasive. The picture on the right is a picture of a patient who's getting prostate radiation. He's lying down on this table that's like a CT scan, but he's not inside a tube. He's in a big wide open room, and this machine called a linear accelerator rotates around him and directs these invisible X-rays toward the prostate where they kill the cancer cells. And on the left is a schematic of what's happening on the cellular level. So these ionizing rays of X-ray radiation or proton radiation go into the prostate, and they cause damage to your DNA, and that causes cancer cell death. Now, your healthy cells are not immune to cell death from radiation either. So the goal of radiation is really to maximize the therapeutic ratio, which means maximizing benefit or cure from the radiation, but minimizing risk or minimizing the potential side effects from treatment. In 2021, there were 2 really interesting studies that were published. This one was a meta-analysis, which means they took a lot of randomized trials. They took 7 trials that included 8,800 patients, 1,630 of whom were Black, who all received radiation for prostate cancer on these clinical trials. And they showed that Black men were significantly more likely to have high-risk disease in a younger age at diagnosis. That was not an unexpected finding. But they also showed that Black men had lower rates of disease failure, and they marked disease failure by all these various outcomes like biochemical relapse, which means your PSA rises after you have prostate treatment, distant metastases, meaning spread of the cancer outside the prostate or the neighborhood of the prostate, and prostate cancer specific death. And a similar study published the same year looked at 31,000 patients who were treated within the VA system, 30% of whom were Black, and it showed that Black race was associated with a lower risk of death from prostate cancer. So how do we reconcile these 2 big studies with all of the data that we know that on the population level, Black men are more likely to die from prostate cancer? So I think what this means is that Black men who receive state-of-the-art care through clinical trials or have access to high-volume care centers like the VA do not experience the adverse outcomes that we know Black men do on the population level. So that by improving access to high-quality care and enrolling Black men in clinical trials, we can improve prostate cancer care and outcomes for Black men. So here's what's going on at Fred Hutch for prostate radiation. We are expanding our role across the spectrum of prostate cancer, of prostate cancer disease, starting with localized disease, which is men who are newly diagnosed and their cancer is still contained to the prostate. These are all the different approaches that we have for prostate radiation. I feel very fortunate to practice here at Fred Hutch, where we have access to all of the modalities that exist for prostate radiation. So I won't get into all the details, but essentially we think about prostate radiation in 2 different ways. You can do internal radiation, which is called brachytherapy. Sometimes people think of that as the seeds or a seed implant. So that's when we take a radioactive source and we put it inside the prostate and it emits radiation from within. That's brachytherapy. And then there's external beam radiation when we're using those invisible beams of X-rays or protons, and we can do that in many different ways represented by all the different acronyms that are on the left. In terms of locally recurrent disease, that's for patients who already had treatment for their prostate cancer. They could have had surgery, they could have had radiation, and then it came back. And the way we're treating that is really improving with time as well. So this was the most recent study that looked at using radiation after surgery. So these are patients who had a prostatectomy and then their PSA became detectable again, and they were treated with a course of radiation for their prostate cancer recurrence. And it showed that when you treat them appropriately, there's actually a 87% chance that at 5 years, these patients are remaining cancer-free. So big improvements in our ability to control and cure patients who have recurrent disease after an upfront prostatectomy. And then for patients who had upfront radiation and then develop a recurrence within the prostate or persistent disease within the prostate, we also have a lot of expanding treatment options for those patients as well. We have cryotherapy, which Dr. Lin does. We have HIFU, which you saw Dr. Shea does. We also have HDR brachytherapy, which is that internal form of radiation. And this was an example of a man in his 60s who had high-risk prostate cancer, was treated with proton radiation, and then developed a rising PSA. We got that PSMA PET scan that Dr. Chen talked about so nicely earlier. You can see, I don't know if you can see this spot right here. And this spot right here is an area of recurrence just at the base of his left seminal vesicle, and it was biopsy proven, Gleason 4+4, and we treated him with this treatment of focal salvage HDR brachytherapy. It's done transperineally, which is that approach Dr. Lin described, where we use needles that go through the skin of the perineum into the prostate using a transrectal ultrasound to guide it. And here's a picture of the area that was treated, just really focused on that area of recurrence. And then oligometastatic are patients who have recurrent disease, but it's really isolated to a small number of sites, typically defined as 5 or fewer. And metastasis-directed stereotactic body radiation therapy is also really a growing application for radiation. So these are men who, here's an example of a man who had high-risk prostate cancer, had prostatectomy, then had that course of radiation afterward, and still his PSA was rising. And when we got that PET scan, it showed just this tiny spot in the sternum, which is the breastbone, and that was really it. So we used a course of radiation that was just directed to that area. It was a relatively straightforward spot to treat. He had no side effects. It was 3 treatments delivered over the course of a week, and his PSA remained controlled for many, many months. So a really nice a nice strategy for well-selected patients. There's a very broad range in how patients respond to this therapy. Some people get a lot of mileage out of this approach. Some people get limited mileage. So we're doing a lot to try and understand how to select patients for that strategy better. This was a study that looked specifically at this kind of treatment. You can see on the left, these lines represent the chance of not having the cancer come back after this kind of radiation over time. So if you look at the 6-month time period, the black line represents the men who had this stereotactic radiation, so that small number of radiation treatments with a high dose of radiation. There was an 80% chance of those men not having their cancer progress versus 40% in men who didn't have the radiation. So a 40% improvement in the chance the cancer is not progressing at 6 months. And then the last thing is patients who have the same kind of limited number of sites of progression, but they've already developed resistance to hormone therapy. So this is a little bit further along in the natural history of prostate cancer. But we're also starting to selectively use the same strategy, stereotactic body radiation therapy. That's a high dose of radiation and a very limited number of treatment sessions, typically 3 to 5, where we deliver an ablative dose of radiation just to those areas that are progressing. And the concept is borrowed from other disease sites like lung cancer, where we know maybe if you can target those spots that are progressing, but all the other diseases remaining well controlled on a certain form of therapy, then we can use radiation to target those spots that are progressing and then enable that patient to stay on the therapy that's working well for the rest of their body for longer. So this was an example of a patient who we treated in March of 2022. And his PSA remained controlled for a year. And that was with a treatment that took a week with really hardly any side effects. These are typically in patients where we're thinking about other types of treatments that are usually associated with some significant side effects. So also an exciting potential place where radiation can contribute to patient care. And this was a study that looked at that strategy. So again, this on the y-axis represents the percentage of patients who are not progressing, who have cancer that's not progressing, and this is time on the x-axis. And this black line are patients who had this focused high dose radiation to those spots of progression. And you can see that at every time point, there's more patients who are not progressing who had that kind of focused radiation. So what's next for prostate cancer? I think, we're really expanding our role by improving access to high quality care for Black patients with prostate cancer, where we hope we can improve outcomes. There's a lot of options for men with localized prostate cancer. There's trials that are available at our institution that are trying to optimize outcomes for patients who are high risk for recurrence after prostatectomy. We use brachytherapy or that internal form of radiation for patients who had upfront radiation and develop recurrence in the prostate. We're using SBRT, that high dose, small, short radiation treatment for patients who have just a limited number of sites of spread and progression, and hoping to improve patient selection to maximize our impact. Did I make it? I'm under 10 minutes.
And our last speaker for this morning's session is Dr. Pete Nelson, who will introduce himself as well, but we're really thankful to have your support in this event. Nelson, we look forward to hearing from you.
So I want to echo Dan Lynn. It really is a great pleasure to participate in this. I'm going to clean up here and talk about very advanced prostate cancer, what we call prostate cancer metastases. So I'm a medical oncologist and primarily treat men where the prostate cancer has spread to distant parts of their body. And I'm now the director of a new precision oncology center here at Fred Hutch, and some of that will be relevant to what I talk about. So I'm going to divide this up very quickly into 4 parts. First, just a description of what metastasis really even is in the context of prostate cancer. I'll describe a little bit of the trajectory of how new treatments have been developed for this advanced disease. And then I'll talk a bit about disparities in the treatment of metastatic prostate cancer, and then end with a little bit of a summary. So what is metastases? So basically metastases means the prostate cancer has left or spread from where it started in the prostate and gone to more distant places, commonly the bone, for reasons we still don't understand, and also to other organs such as lymph node, liver, lungs, and other places. So you can think about it here. Here's the prostate. Perhaps it spreads to a lymph node, and then from that lymph node, it may go to the lung or the liver or the bone or other places. So metastases, it's still called prostate cancer when it spreads to these other places, but now it's called metastatic prostate cancer. Unfortunately, when prostate cancer spreads, it almost always, not always, but almost always goes to more than one place at the same time. And so that really necessitates the use of a systemic treatment, something that treats everything simultaneously rather than focally going after specific places where it may have spread. So here's a typical, what we call a bone scan, a nuclear medicine bone scan. You can see the skeleton outline here showing the bones of an individual, and those very dark spots, those dark places are where prostate cancer has spread. So you can see multiple places really at the same time. So how do we treat this? Well, the mainstay of therapy for now more than 70 years has been to suppress testosterone. This was a Nobel Prize winning discovery back in the 1950s by Charles Huggins, a surgeon. And this is his Nobel laureate address. After he received a Nobel Prize, he just very elegantly described how effective this relatively simple therapy is, suppressing testosterone in producing dramatic responses in men with very advanced prostate cancer, noting that the results in terms of like reducing pain symptoms or loss of appetite and fatigue, these can be reversed in a matter of days by suppressing testosterone. So you can think about it somewhat like this. I explain it to patients. If a prostate cancer cell is like a car, the engine, it's a molecular engine making that car go or grow, is a small protein in the cell called the androgen receptor. Testosterone is a type of an androgen. So the gas for that engine is testosterone, and the exhaust from that engine is PSA. So whenever you see PSA present, you know that engine is active, and usually that fuel is still present there to turn that engine on. So the goal is get rid of the gas, right? For many years, that's been the approach. So starting back again in the 50s, a major approach here for advanced prostate cancer is you use a technique called androgen deprivation or suppressing testosterone. This can produce dramatic responses, as I talked about. Unfortunately, it's not a cure. But for decades, the only therapy we really had for men with advanced prostate cancer was suppressing testosterone. Then a chemotherapy drug called docetaxel was discovered and tested and it was the first chemotherapy drug shown to prolong survival. Again, it wasn't curative, but it would make men live longer when they resisted those therapies that suppressed testosterone. So that was the mainstay of therapy for many years. And then a whole spectrum of new drugs were developed. These are pills, oral agents that further block that engine. So it turns out that molecular engine turns back on at resistance to suppressing testosterone, but it's still dependent on that engine. So drugs were developed called androgen receptor signaling inhibitors. There's now 4 of them approved that would work after chemotherapy stopped working. So then that became the add-on for treating advanced prostate cancer. You heard a little bit from Delphine. There are now new approaches that can target the prostate cancer cells specifically with radiation. So these are kind of smart bombs, so to speak. The prototype of this is a drug now called Pluvicto, and that's the latest approved therapy that further extends prostate cancer survival in these men with advanced prostate cancer. What's happened over the years is every time we find something that works more when everything else hasn't worked, and then we move it earlier to try it before, for example, chemotherapy, it works even better. So that's been the paradigm. We've moved many of these drugs earlier in the treatment course, even though they were first tested and approved at very advanced prostate cancer. So now we have, I'm not going to go through all the details here. I think there's at least up to 12 or 13 therapies that we can use during this prostate cancer course. Unfortunately, none of them are curative yet, but we're starting to see some bright spots. There are some of these therapies that turn out to be very effective in subtypes, not all prostate cancers, but it turns out there are different subtypes or classifications of prostate cancer. And these are what we call genotypes. There's a complex slide, but if we look at the molecular composition, the DNA sequencing of these tumors, we can now find many different subtypes, different makes and models of prostate cancer. And a subset of these are particularly sensitive to certain therapies. Hence the reason, very important to get genetic testing of these tumors. There's also different, what we call phenotypes, and that is, what does that cancer look like? So one type makes PSMA, which you can image, as Dr. Chen showed, but there are now many other subtypes that might be amenable to certain treatment options. So I think of prostate cancer like cars, makes and models of cars, particularly these advanced prostate cancers. There's some that are classified kind of like a Toyota or a BMW or a Ferrari. The only way you really know this is to look at the molecular features of that tumor. And then it turns out, as I mentioned, there are some drugs that work best on particular subtypes. For example, there's a type that is defective in repairing DNA in the tumor, and these tumors are very responsive to a class of drugs called PARP inhibitors. So they're approved for men specifically with that type of prostate cancer. So that's a whole concept around precision oncology or precision medicine, not treating everyone exactly the same way, but giving certain patients certain treatments based on these characteristics. So I'm not going to focus on that. So let's talk a little bit about disparities in metastatic or advanced prostate cancer. So you've already heard that the frequency of aggressive prostate cancer or localized aggressive prostate cancer is worse in men of African ancestry. The frequency of metastases is worse in men of African ancestry. But if you happen to be a man of African ancestry with metastatic prostate cancer and you get treated, many studies are now showing the outcomes are even better than if you're of other races. And there are a couple examples of this. So here is a recent paper that was published that again demonstrates if you look at Black men versus Caucasian men with earlier forms of prostate cancer, the men of African ancestry do worse statistically. But if you look at men with advanced prostate cancer getting a variety of these treatments I just described, in this particular study, the outcomes were no different. So it kind of supports Dr. Wegg's conclusions that if men are treated in high quality centers and receive the same treatment, they do equally well. Or in some cases, as I mentioned, men of African ancestry do better. So here's an example of a study where those drugs that are further designed to block the androgen signaling were given. And if you look at outcomes, so this is survival over many years, so here's 4 years of follow-up. The Black men are living longer. They're substantially doing better than the Caucasian men getting those exact same drugs. So here are 4 different studies using 4 different types of treatment. This particular study looked at chemotherapy, that drug docetaxel. Here's a study looking at an immune drug called Provenge. Here's a radiation type therapy drug called radium-223, and then the androgen therapy. In every one of these studies, the men of African ancestry actually did better getting exposed to these treatments. Now, there's some caveats here because these are all looking back in clinical trials primarily. And unfortunately, we don't have great representation of a lot of different racial diversity in the clinical trials that we conduct. But this is very provocative information. Turns out those molecular features really are fairly consistent across different races. There's a few differences, but for example, Dr. Cheng was talking about BRCA2. That's a very key gene because that promotes response to that drug, the PARP inhibitor that I described that has a differential effect on that subtype. So here you can see the frequency of having one of those alterations in a tumor if you're of European ancestry or African ancestry. And here's a more recent study looking at these different makes and models of prostate cancer, these subtypes, showing that the frequency of having an alteration that you would use a particular drug for, like these PARP inhibitors, was actually higher in Black men, really emphasizing the importance of getting the genetic testing done on the tumors. Very important for all races, but in this case, particularly in men of African descent. So that's really my summary. Unfortunately, as of today, when prostate cancer spreads distantly and we see multiple places involved, we don't have a true cure. There's a couple exceptions, happy to talk about that, but in general, it's not curative. So we use a sequence of treatments over years, each of which can be very effective for a number of years, but eventually stops working. These particular subtypes of prostate cancer respond differently to different therapies, so it's very important to have that cancer classified. And there's a substantial number of research involving trying to understand how these metastatic spread occurs, how to find dormancy, because prostate cancer, it turns out, can lie dormant for decades in bone and other places before it recurs or reactivates. So it's a very active area of work. How do we eliminate those cells, determining how they spread, and then new therapeutics. There's a large number of clinical trials of immune-based therapies, other targeted therapies that are ongoing. And I think it's important we clearly recognize this disparity in incidence and overall outcomes, but not necessarily the treatment. So importance of making sure men are treated in centers that have prostate cancer expertise to be able to deliver the right treatment to the right patient. So I'll stop there. Happy to answer questions.
We're going to pull some chairs up. We are going to use 15 minutes of our break period for question and answer now, and then we will then have a 15-minute break. Our Q&A was going to be half an hour, but I think all of our fantastic speakers will be okay with sharing coffee and snacks with you for those extra questions you may have that don't get answered during this time. Again, I want to give a round of applause to all of our speakers who are really spectacular. So we're going to go around and start collecting cards if you guys want to pass them down to the ends of your rows. Now we do. All right. Okay. Thank you again. This is great. Oh, it's fantastic. We're going to have a lot of questions. We just asked a question. Absolutely. And if we have some people online, so we'll give you a microphone if you want to ask one. But should try and consolidate questions. All right.
Hello?
All right.
Are we ready for questions? I think so. Go ahead.
This is for Dr. Nelson. Is that correct? Given the timeliness of changing the therapies earlier, what's the trigger for genotyping beyond, histology for Gleason scores? Is there a trigger other than finding something that's hormone resistant or something that doesn't stand up to abiraterone?
Yeah.
I've gone through the genetic study with Dr. Chen, but that was only for coding regions. It wasn't for anything else. So I'm assuming that some of these genotypes are in non-coding regions like promoters, et cetera.
There's probably two parts to that question. So the genetic testing is one part of what you're born with, which describes risk. But it can also identify some of the makes and models that would specify a particular therapy, like those PARP inhibitors. But then you also need testing of the actual tumor sample. And in most cases, the primary tumor, if somebody had a biopsy of their prostate or had a surgical resection, can be used as a reasonable surrogate, but some things only occur in the metastatic tumor where it's spread. So that's the ideal sample to do the testing on, but that can be invasive, right? You need a biopsy to do that. Although there are new methods to use a blood sample that can actually ascertain the genetic changes in the tumor from DNA in the bloodstream, if there's enough of it. So we do that testing commonly here, and there are some commercial companies. So you definitely want to have the molecular, if there's evidence of spread, if there's metastatic prostate cancer, the guidelines are very clear. All men should have testing, genetic testing of the tumor. And that can help bin or classify the make and model. Unfortunately, today, we really only have very specific therapies for two of those makes and models. The breast cancer mutated genes, which is the PARP inhibitor, and then there's a very rare subtype, it's about 3% of all prostate cancers, that are very responsive to a certain type of immune therapy. And you definitely want to know if you're in that 3%. So there'll be more targeted therapies, but at this point, those are the two actionable events that you would want to know about.
Thank you. So I'm going to switch gears briefly and then come back to you, Dr. Nelson, for a question from Zoom. But I thought this was a really good question for Dr. Chen. So at what PSA number would you indicate a PET scan after treatment? And I think that I want to know the answer.
I was gonna say, I think everyone asks that question, all doctors and patients. So I would say the data shows that with higher PSA, so when the PSA is less than 0.5, we probably have a positive PSMA PET scan in maybe 10 to 20% of the patients who get imaged in that range. Up to 0.5 and above, up to maybe 5-ish, if I remember the ranges correctly, that increases to 30 or 40%. And as the PSA gets higher, the likelihood that you'll find the disease on PSMA PET gets higher and higher. Definitely after 1, I think it's after around 60 to 80% detection rates. So, and these are, rough numbers from the clinical trials that we've done so far that led to the approval of these agents. So in terms of the practical clinical recommendation though, because you can still see disease sometimes even when the PSA is very low. Another metric we pay attention to is the doubling time. So how fast or the velocity of PSA rise. So if the PSA rise is fairly quick, like less than a year, then also we believe that we will have a higher detection rate, although our numbers haven't really shown that with a lot of
with a clear correlation yet, but we tend to see higher detection rates when it's rising quickly as well. So we don't have a cutoff that's a number, but I would say, like, practically speaking, a number of the providers have set sort of reasonable cutoffs based on how often we see a positive PSMA PET.
Thank you. This one is for you, Dr. Etzioni. So I'm going to try to paraphrase, but what are your thoughts about physicians potentially getting a potential diagnosis of prostate cancer wrong based off of misinterpreting PSA or cancer risk? This individual feels like until the biopsy was gotten that there was a misunderstanding of their cancer risk as a Black man.
Is the question that maybe, so first of all, no test is perfect and no provider is perfect. There's any test, even PSMA PET, is sometimes wrong. Sometimes, we'll suggest that there isn't any spread, but there actually is. For example, PSA can be high and there's no cancer. PSA could be low, but there is cancer. So we never can expect tests to be perfect. It's really helpful to actually when you do a test, it's sometimes really hard to know the chance that it could be wrong. We don't ask that, but just really always good to remember. Now, remember with COVID, right? And you do a COVID test and then it was negative, and then a day later you had symptoms, right? Because no test is perfect, right? So test can always give you the wrong answer. So I mean, I think it's understandable sometimes that a provider may not, even putting all the evidence together, may not get the right answer. I think it's important to ask along the way, particularly as a Black man, knowing the background risk in the population. But I think that the more tests you do to try to get, you're filling out a picture. You're kind of filling out a picture, and the picture is really incomplete until you get the biopsy. So, what are your options to fill out that picture? Just in the same way that there are options for treatment of recurrent or metastatic disease, there are options for better understanding your risk before a biopsy. Not just the PSA, but I didn't talk about the change in PSA. There are those biomarkers tests that you can get if you have a slightly elevated PSA. And then, of course, there's imaging that you can learn more even before you get the biopsy. And so, knowing about them then gives you the knowledge to be able to ask for them.
Follow up, is there a PSA where you think men should strongly consider biopsy between ages, 45 and 55, 60?
Right, so it really is age dependent. And so the studies of men in their 40s, I can go back and look at those numbers again. It may be different for Black men, but I think a PSA of 2. But again, it's really helpful to have a baseline, so you can also look at the change, because everyone has a different baseline. And then, so taking all that into account. And then in older men, I know that the AUA guideline actually has specific numbers actually for different age groups, but it could be as high as 6 for men, say in their late 70s. Yeah.
That's really helpful. All right. The next question I have here is around this Aranson's trial results and how darolutamide in combination with ADT and docetaxel should be the standard of treatment. This is for Pete and Dan, if you want to chime in, but this person wants to know how does our institutional practice differ with this recommendation for triplet therapy and why? And that's a complicated question, but it was asked, so we'll try to answer it.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we're learning more and more, maybe not surprisingly, that more intense therapy can improve response rates and survival. But with more intense treatment, i.e. using multiple drugs simultaneously, that comes with more side effects too. So this is where I would say we don't have a formal institutional policy. It's out there in guidelines, it's published, but this is where you really need a good interaction and discussion with your provider, with your physician, to know for you, in terms of your overall health and spectrum, is this really intense combination therapy the best approach for you, or is it better to do things more in sequence, right? So it's pretty clear there is a survival benefit, but there's a cost to that benefit in terms of quality of life. So definitely worth a discussion, but there's not like an automatic, everyone should have this multiple combination therapy.
Yeah, I'll add that here we are very guideline driven. So if there's a trial that shows that there's survival advantage, we automatically start talking about it. But it's a very personalized decision. I'll say, and many of you probably have had friends who have had other cancers, rectal cancer, breast cancer, a lot of cancers we treat with multiple things. I mean, one of my best friends had a colon cancer. He had chemotherapy and radiation and surgery because it's been proven to be better. We haven't proven that all three necessarily. Like my mother had breast cancer. She had surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy. So it happens in a lot of different cancers. Prostate cancer, we haven't really proven that yet. My hunch is that that more is better for cancer cure. But as Dr. Nelson was saying, then you sacrifice some side effects, of course. So we're trying to balance side effects with cure for prostate. Certainly for other cancers, I think that patients and family members are more willing to have those risks.
All right.
I'm sorry, can I add, since my question, that was for hormone sensitive.
Yes.
It was unusual because all the other things I read about chemo were always hormone resistant.
Yeah.
Well, so the big sea change, and this was maybe 10 years ago, I mentioned that testosterone suppression, what we call ADT or androgen deprivation therapy, was the standard for many, many years. And that was used until it stopped working. And then you would add something like chemotherapy or a second drug targeting the androgen pathway. So there was a major landmark study called CHARTED that right at the beginning in hormone sensitive prostate cancer, men were given chemotherapy along with testosterone suppression. Clear survival benefit to upfront combination. So that became the standard of care in hormone sensitive, but it can be pretty toxic, and it's not curing patients. It's extending survival, but that combination wasn't curing. So then other combinations were tested, and now we're moving into triple therapies as we're just talking about. So we're still not really truly seeing cures, to be clear. And that's one of the main differences in these other cancers where you might think, I'm going to use very intense therapy and tolerate those side effects for a period of time, and then I'm done. Unfortunately, with prostate cancer, advanced prostate cancer, these end up being lifelong therapies, which is pretty challenging. So you have to, again, balance those risks and benefits. So for somebody that's in excellent health and we think could tolerate those combinations of treatment, no question, that's the way to go. But we're dealing often with older men that may have other health issues. So we have to take that in consideration too. Yeah.
One more question, and then for you, Dr. Chen, from Zoom, someone stated that they have their prostate cancer has escaped. The prostate is in the lymph nodes. They want to know how they can get tested for consideration for other therapies that we have available. And I just think that'd be good for the audience to know the process for getting these tests done. Like PSMA.
Like the PSMA PET.
I'm assuming PSMA and PET.
Yeah, because I was gonna say there may be other tests too, as Dr. Nelson mentioned, in terms of testing the tumor for those actionable, mutations. But in terms of PSMA PET, so generally if the PSA is rising, that's a clear indication. So that's generally covered by most insurers. And so if that's the case, then and also if they've seen like on a CT scan, they've seen that it's in the lymph nodes. If they're looking at potential eligibility for Pluvicto, which is a lutetium PSMA, or any of these other clinical trials that might be PSMA based, then that would be also a reason to get the PSMA PET.
Perfect. Then lastly, someone said, are there any studies regarding the psychological and emotional impact of racism and prevalence of physical disease like prostate cancer? I don't know of any of those studies, but I think that's one that we could as a group take on. So thank you for sharing this comment. I'm going to keep this for our next group meeting with our BACPAC advisors and our research team, and we'll think about this question more. So we're gonna have a 15-minute break. There's coffee, snacks, stretch your legs. Restrooms are on this end by the front entrance. And thank you again to our speakers for an awesome
I'm sure you will be here, Dan. Don't you ask me any questions, man? Raymond. Oh, wow. What's that now?
That's still.
So our next session is going to be this panel discussion with 3 of our BACPAC members. I'm going to start by having them introduce themselves, and then I have some questions for them. And really, our goal for this session is for them to talk about their journey and talk a little bit about what they view as priorities for research, and then why they're involved in BACPAC. So I'll start to my left here with Ben Young. Ben, you say a few words about who you are and where you're from.
My name is Ben Young. I lived in the Pacific Northwest for 31 years, and then I decided to move to North Carolina. So I had a big commute this morning, but I don't know what to say other than that. I'm a big baseball fan, so if some of my analogies come out because of that language that they use in baseball, I know that Dr. Nyame is a big football fan. We won't say anything about that, but some of the baseball analogies and how they arrive at doing business on the field is actually how I tried to arrive at some of the decisions that I made.
Wonderful. I will admit that I've checked the score a couple of times of the Sooner game. Kojo.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kojo. Last name is Ward. I lived in Seattle for the last, I think 26 years or so. Prior to that, I came from the East Coast, Baltimore, Maryland, New York area. I was originally born in Ghana, Accra, and I moved to the States when I was a teenager. Currently I work at Boeing, I'm an engineer. And I was recently diagnosed with prostate cancer about 2 years ago, and that started my journey. And Dr. Yao was kind and nice enough to take me on, and since then it's been an interesting journey. So that's what has brought me here.
And last we have Frank.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank Fields. I am from Detroit. I am a part of the Barbara Ann Karmanos Cancer Institute. I'm under the auspices of Dr. Elizabeth Heath, who runs the urology department there. And I'm also an advocate. I'm also a clinical test reviewer. And I'm also a member of a group called BRAVE, which is men who are battling prostate cancer. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Right. Well, I just want to start by thanking the three of you for volunteering to share your stories. You know, one of our team members, Dante, always says there's so much power in stories, and we really look forward to hearing from you as what you have to share will inform our prostate cancer research program and some of the priorities that we pursue. We'll start off by asking you, Kojo, how did you come to be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and what was that process like?
Why did you pick me first? Okay. You said you were not going to pick on me. Okay, let's see. Like I shared, I was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago. And let me make my story short and quick. So it was the day after 4th of July. I woke up with excruciating pain, and I did not understand what was going on around my groin area. It was a very very debilitating. So eventually I went to the clinic, had it looked at. I did a bunch of tests, and everything came out negative. They couldn't find anything. They thought it was maybe an infection, but no, it wasn't. I went to see my physician. Did a bunch of other tests. Everything came back negative. But then I started asking the questions. I said, well, then if everything came back negative, then why was I experiencing this acute pain? I mean, it had to have come from somewhere. So I kept probing and I kept probing and I kept asking questions. And eventually, the doctor referred me to, first they thought I probably had hernia. So they referred me to a hernia, doctor specialist. So I went over there, she examined me and still could not find anything. And so she was, so strangely enough, she was the one who asked the question, said, "Hey, young man, have you ever had the PSA test done?" And I said, "No." And she was surprised that, my physician or none of the doctors had ordered that for me. So I said, "No, I've never had that." And so she was the one who wrote the order and advised me to go see a urologist. So I said, okay. So up until that point, all the tests had come back negative. So a week before my appointment to go see the urologist, I went and took the PSA test. And to my surprise, my number came out really high. I mean, it was like off the chart, really high. I went to see the doctor. I didn't really like his approach. I didn't like the things that he was saying. For one, he was advocating a treatment which I thought, no, this is not going to work for me. So when I left his office, I started thinking, and I said, no, I've got to seek a second opinion. And that's when I decided to contact Dr. Yao, because he had made a video which I saw on WhatsApp. And so I said, I think I saw a young doctor who was doing some great things in the Seattle area. Let me seek him out. And so I reached out to him via email one day after work. I sent him an email after work. So it was about 5 o'clock. I didn't think he was going to respond. To my surprise, he responded. I said, what kind of doctor is this? Because I'm thinking, he's an associate professor. He's too busy to be responding to emails. And it was after 5 o'clock. So I'm like, okay. So he responded and I responded back. And he responded again. So I was like, oh, okay. So then that's when we started talking. And thanks to him, he was able to schedule an appointment the following week for me to come and see him. So I went and saw him, and then we did a bunch of tests, and eventually we came to the conclusion that we had to do a biopsy. And it was only after the biopsy that it came back positive for prostate cancer, which is a relief. And I'm glad I did that. I'm glad that I listened to my instinct, because the first doctor that I went to was actually advocating that he takes out my testicles, which he knew was going to be a no-no for me. Not going to be a no-no for me. So I'm glad I listened to my instinct then. So anyway, sorry for making my story long. That's it.
Thank you. I just want to make sure my bosses know that I do answer emails after 5. No, I'm gonna, Ben, would you like to share a little bit about how you were diagnosed with prostate cancer?
Kind of a somewhat complicated medical history, and at the same time, I'm just a normal guy. I have been knowing and watching my prostate actually since I was 35. Just probably from reading too much and maybe slamming into too many baseballs earlier in life. But then I got a liver cancer, and I had to have a transplant. And so then I was being pretty closely followed by doctors, but their specialty were definitely other internal organs and not the prostate. And so I went to my GP one day, and she wasn't available, and there was a PA there. And I can be a very biased and opinionated person. I know that most people won't understand that, but I can be downright on it. And in this particular case, I wasn't sure that I wanted a PA to even come in and read my medical record. But she did, and she came in and she talked about it, and she said, when's the last time you had a PSA? And I said, probably, I think about a year ago. And she said, well, let's just do that on the off chance. And I said, sure, because I'm feeling bad. I mean, she probably could have offered me some ice cream, and I would have said, yes. Let's put some ice cream on my groin. But and it came back. It came back with an elevated score. And then, of course, with my previous history, it was like, okay, you need to hurry up and go and do this. And I went and had the biopsy, and that's the strangest thing, because I've actually been involved in some studies or work with people that are involved with studies and ask questions. And I think it's those 12 SNPs. I can tell you, I actually know what a cow feels like when they're being electrically prodded. And I disliked it. I disliked it, but it was a step that I knew that was going to be necessary for me to get to the next level. And I'm looking at it from a baseball perspective, and I'm saying, okay, what has this doctor done for me lately? I don't know, but the same guy that did the SNPs, I wasn't going to allow him to take and me fortunately here. So George Slade or Shade was actually my surgeon here at the UW. And at the time I didn't really understand whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. I just knew that this guy, and then almost 8 or 9 months later, I met Dante. And Dante, he knows nothing about me as far as that was concerned. He just knew that I was working in social justice. And the next thing I know, he partners me up with some doctor, and his name was John Gore. And I was like, oh gosh. And I didn't know who John Gore was. I just thought it was just this guy. And he was my medical mentor, or my grant mentor. And during that process, John Gore tells me, hey, who is your surgeon? And I said, well, my surgeon was George Shade. And he says, oh yeah, I taught him. That's one of my students. But then all of a sudden I sat up. I was a little bit nicer to the guy then. I was a little bit nicer to the guy. And during that process, I was saying, that Dante, he kind of tricked me here, but I'm glad he did, because the next thing I know, he introduced me to Dr. Niame, and it has been a different journey. But because I've always been involved in social advocacy, this has been a journey that I have enjoyed undertaking.
Thank you, Ben. Seems like you know everybody in my department. Frank, all the way from Detroit. Can you tell us a little bit about how your diagnosis came about?
Well, before I even get started, what Como said here about the doctors answering his email back. In Michigan, I don't know what we have out here as far as medical charts, where my chart, so it's called in Michigan, is here. And I was surprised that I would type an email and the doctor would answer. And I attribute that it's just a new breed of doctors, new breed of technology now that is usable for a person like myself. I don't have to be an Einstein computer genius, which I'm not. But I find I have been able to connect with the doctors and set appointments through technology, which 10 years ago, 15 years ago, wasn't available. But I'd like to also say this, that when you've always heard of the story when if you go to the doctor's office and if you take a test, they will call you if they find something wrong. And I've heard that, and I believe that. I had no fear of doctors. I believe they were my friend. They were there to help me. But in my case, my doctors took a PSA, but they did not call me back. And I went back on a 6-month visit And I go in and the nurse opens my door. Didn't anyone call you? They should have called you. I'm saying, what do you mean somebody should have called me, right? And that right there dispelled my belief that if something's wrong, they'll call you. It turned out that my PSA was at 4.5, and I need to hurry up and see a urologist. Now, the long and short of that is that I didn't trust doctors after that. I didn't trust them because it was me. I know mistakes happen, but it was me. And if something was wrong, I would have rather known about it sooner than later. Fortunately, I went back there in the 6 months and was able to follow up with it. But the fact that they couldn't tell me on a timely basis, I had a lot of resentment, and that hindered me from even wanting to follow through. And I must preface this first by saying I am a very fortunate pancreatic cancer survivor. So when this happened, it only takes one time for something to go wrong, and you can lose distrust in the whole system. And that was irrational thinking on my part. But I eventually turned myself around. My wife said, you got to go to your urologist. I said, I know I'm going to go, but let me just have my moment. I'm just, she said, you don't have a moment. So I said, okay. And I scheduled an appointment with a urologist. And lucky for me, I found a good guy. And he said, well, you know what? We're going to schedule a biopsy. And it was relatively quick. Like 2 weeks after my first meeting with him, he set everything up, and he scheduled the biopsy in his office. And it was the most embarrassing thing. And I'm gonna say this: I could never understand how women could go and sit in the stirrups in the gynecologist. Oh, how could y'all do that? You know, the whole world is open. And I ended up going in and had my face to the wall, so my butt was to the outer part of the office. And he said, he had me in the room, he had me draped and prepped. And he had some medical students that came in after I had, and to my knowledge, I didn't know they were there. And I turned my head over, oh! And I was butt side out, and I learned another lesson, that I don't have any shame in taking off my clothes now in front of a doctor or a nurse, because I know that they're there to help me.
So Frank, once your diagnosis was made, how did you make a decision on what treatment to pursue?
For me, it was easy. I knew what I wanted and what I didn't want, number one. And I knew about prostate cancer. I knew about surgery. I knew about the bead implant. I knew about the cryogenics, and I knew about radiation. And because I had already, when I had pancreatic cancer, I lived on Brees, the pins, for a long time. That was a 7-year battle to save my life, to get me here. And I found that I didn't want to do that again. And I looked at all the odds, and I chose radiation. And it was a good decision. One of the things I've learned, you know, whatever decision you make is going to be the best decision if that decision is for you. Someone told me an analogy, what is the best elementary school to go to? And they told me the answer was mine. My elementary was Northrop Elementary. What is the best high school to go to? My high school was River Rouge. What is the best doctor or best hospital? Mine was Carmanis. And so I make a decision, and with all the positive energy I could have, that's the best choice for me. So I don't second guess, you know, because I've got to be sure what I'm doing in order to go through it. Now, things happen after the fact, but I never doubt the fact that I did it.
Kojo, Ben, do you guys want to, either one of you want to answer that same question?
Sure. I'll take a stab at it. So for me, so y'all got to realize that when I was diagnosed, I was only 51 years old. And prior to that, my only understanding of prostate cancer was that it affected men who were much older. So I was in shock. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think that it was true. So my being a trained engineer, one of the things that we often do is ask a lot of questions, and we want to find answers. So I asked a lot of questions. Thanks to Doc, he was very, very patient with me. I think it took like 3 or 4 months for me to come to a conclusion. So I did a lot of research, asked a lot of questions. Luckily, I had friends who had been down this road. So they were, I used a lot of them as a sounding board. And I weighed all my options and, talked to Doc. And at the end of the process, I decided that, going for surgery would be the best option for me based on my circumstance and based on everything that we'd found out at that point. So that was my process.
And Ben, you already told us that you had surgery. I guess I'll transition to that next question we had, which was, what was life for you like after surgery? And were there some things that you wish you understood better before you had treatment?
So life was different. So I guess I need to give a little bit of background here. I've been married 3 times, and my current wife, I was trying to explain or tell her as best that I could, and it's different. I was 62, 63 years old, but I still knew that there was a lot of baseball left in me, and I wanted to be at bat quite a few more times. And it is
We all stopped.
I really did. I really did. Julio Rodriguez had nothing on me. But then all of a sudden, my mind was saying yeah, but nothing else was saying yes. And that is difficult the first few months. It is really difficult. Fortunately, I got a Black urologist that he kind of talked some sense into me and told me, things will straighten out in 6 months. Man, I ain't got 6 months. But the focus of that was that there were some things that I could do, some that we've talked about in private here, and I think that they should stay private. But all of them, each individual person, as I'm seeing it now, because I have had an opportunity to go into a meeting where there were about 45 other men, and most of them had gone through prostate cancer, and each one of them had a different experience. And so I was saying, yeah, well, I'm kind of out there all by myself. But it has been one that physically I'm still challenged with. I've got to explain it any way other than that because my mind has said, okay, it's okay, but physically I'm still challenged with, and I think that I will always be challenged with it because just like I say, I still want to bat. Whether I'm capable or not, I can watch some of the things that I see these guys do on the baseball field and say, yeah, I remember when I used to be able to do that. And then I woke up and realized, yeah, I've been dreaming again because I couldn't do it then, and I probably damn sure can't do it now. But but that's been my journey with it, is to try and understand it in a perspective that I can accept.
So Kojo, do you want to take the same question? Just what are some things that you wish you understood better that you've experienced as a prostate cancer survivor post-treatment?
Oh, okay. Definitely one thing that I would have liked to know better is after surgery, the recovery phase of things is always not is always not, it's there's a little bit of recovery that you have to go through, and for me anyway, that was not too fun, but thanks to Doc, all the things that we talked about that I would experience, I experienced it all. So it wasn't like it was a surprise. I knew of them, we talked about them, but I still had to go through that, and it wasn't so fun. But I came out through it, and everything worked out well. Yeah, I think for me, post surgery and ever since surgery, I've been doing really well. Unlike other folks, maybe there's a slight degradation in I don't think we have any kids here, do we? No, we don't have any kids here. Okay, good. So I don't think for me there was maybe like a slight little degradation in in the sexual function, but other than that, I'm doing great. I'm not taking any medication. I'm not taking any supplement. I'm not taking anything, and I'm doing great. Thanks to Doc. Again, we did have a talk, and I told him to be on his A game during the surgery. So yeah, so he did. We had a long talk about that. I said, hey, Doc, I'm young now, be on your A game. What was so funny was, I'm gonna tell you guys something real quick, and then I'll be done. So the night before the surgery, I'm kind of stressed out. I'm kind of stressed out. A lot of things are going through my mind, and I reached out to him. It was about probably like around 10, 11, So I just reached out, and I'm thinking, well, let me just throw this out there. Strangely enough, he responded. It was like 11:30. I'm like, huh? I got a surgery scheduled for like 5:30 to 6, and you still up? I need you to be on your A game, man. And then he responded and he said, I need you to calm down. Don't worry, go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Like, okay. So anyway, yeah, things went well, and I'd like to thank you for that. So that's my experience.
I guess I'll stop answering messages after 11. Frank, what about you? Same question.
you know, the big elephant in the room is sex. And for a while, it was always like avoided. But once we get that out of the way, then I was able to go on. I wasn't 30 when I was 50, 51. And so, you know, my wife and I were not having relations like we did earlier. You know, you slow down, you know, it's not as important. And what I learned was that once I had prostate cancer, it became super important for no reason. Out of all the things I should have been worried about, bills, work, you know, I'm worried about, oh, can I do this? And it was funny because at the end, I'll be honest here, I wish I had done more sex before I had radiation. Okay. Because again, we weren't sexual beings. Then when I had radiation, it diminished significantly. But the thing is, I had to learn a fact that in order to even get treated, and it was, you know, the decision was, do I want to take the medicine, which is treatment, or do I want to sit here and cry about it and stomp my feet and do nothing? Well, you know, I wanted to live, number one. That was very important. I wanted to be there for my son, my grandchildren, okay? And because I made the right choice to do something, you know, you got to do something. You can't sit on it. I made the decision to get the radiation, and so I'm still here today. I'm able to be at family events. I'm able to come to Washington and share my experience here. But also, there's a benefit to letting other guys know that sex is not the end of the road. If that's your reasoning for living, then you're gonna have to reevaluate that, because you got people, as I have, that are counting on me. You know, the family is strong only when the father is well. And most of us guys got to realize that we have to, you know, do the right things with ourselves, for ourselves, to keep our families whole. And so for me, as I said, finding out that, and I'm going to say this because I want to be honest. There was a term that they used to say, shooting dust. And I think most of you guys know what that means. And that's how my sex life from an orgasm has developed to. But I have learned to love, okay? I learned to caress, to hold, to be held, and do all the things that makes her feel good. And I also get pleasure from it. And in the very end, you know, it's a wonderful thing to be in harmony with your woman, having prostate cancer.
Not sure I can follow that up with another question. We're gonna switch gears a little bit, because one of our missions in BACPAC is to do research together as community and as a university program. So my question to you, two of them, two-part, my favorite kind of question, two-part question. Number one, what research priorities do you have based off of your experience? And number two, why BACPAC? What does your role in BACPAC mean to you? I'll start with Ben.
For me, BACPAC has been a natural evolution. Where I started out, I like to pick on Dante quite a bit because he picks on me. But one of the things I am a social justice advocate, and like I said, I've been that for many years. And one day I get a phone call and said, "Hey, has this been Young?" And yeah, it's me. And he says, "Well, I want to get up in the Snohomish County area and deal with Black people in their health." And I said, "Sure." And I'm thinking, oh, well, I'm going to be able to get some money out of this guy to put on this program. And one thing leads to another. I don't get any money. I do get him to come out to the program. But then he gives me another call and says, "Hey, I want you to become a part of this group, OCOE." I said, "What?" "Well, I'll come for one session." I come for one session. I think that was the first time I saw Wendy Barrett. And I was like, "Oh, wow, maybe I should stay." So then the next thing that happens is that he says, "Well, I want you to come. We're going to have this organizational meeting on how to write grants." I said, "Yeah, well, I need a lot of help with that." So I go, and then who am I sitting next to is John Gore. And I'm saying, "Oh, man, I don't know if I can take too many more phone calls from Dante." So he calls me again. He says, I got somebody I want you to meet. I got somebody I want you to meet. I think that you're just going to be amazed." And of course, it was Dr. Niami. And from that point, because it fit right in what I was doing in the social justice arena, that and then I had this personal connection or personal story about prostate cancer. It was, yeah, what can I do? How can I help? And that's the same approach that I'm doing now. What can I do and how can I help? When I moved to Charlotte, in the Charlotte area in North Carolina, I was at a social gathering of retired men. And I can tell you that being one of the younger people there at that social gathering is kind of eye-opening. But I saw this guy with the Zero t-shirt on, and I went up and started talking to him. And then within just 5 or 10 minutes, we had decided that we were going to do our own program. And 2.5 weeks later, we had this gathering of about 45 men. And so I'm going to continue to go to work no matter where I'm at, because I think I've been somewhat fortunate in the folks that I've encountered, whether it's, well, number one, I blame all the good stuff on Dante, but I blame all the bad stuff, which isn't much, on Dante also. So, but you know, I'm still waiting on him to call me again and say, "Hey, you know, I want you to meet somebody." So it could happen.
Wonderful. And Ben, are there any things you want to see research being done on that you haven't seen in your time?
So one of the things that came out of this meeting with this gathering was that this sister got up and she said, "I want to know how come there's not more clinical research being done." And the first thing that popped into my mind was something that Yao had reminded me of a couple of years back, and that is that of the 2 major studies, there were only 3% of it were done on Black men. So if there is anything that I know that we're missing is not being more involved in the clinical research aspects of it, being more, you know, because while at the same time, I'm in close proximity to Tuskegee, for those of you that understand that, we're still living under the shadow of Tuskegee. So I'm about to try and dispel some more of those myths about clinical research and the importance of it, as opposed to clinical research and being a guinea pig.
Thank you, Ben. I'm going to ask you the same question. Kojo?
Okay, for me, one of the areas that I'd really like to know is from a clinical perspective is why is prostate cancer very prevalent in the Black community? There's got to be a reason why. I don't know what it is. Could it be genetic? I know during the presentations, we did mention, something to that effect, but it's something that has really piqued my interest. My dad died from prostate cancer, and here am I, at a very relatively young age, diagnosed with prostate cancer. So it's something that's always piqued my interest, and I'd definitely like to know more about that. So that is on the clinical, research aspect of it, and also socially. I know that amongst us Blacks, Africans or African American descendants, one of the things that I've realized is that we tend to hold information to ourselves, and we tend not to share. And so someone may be experiencing a problem that a fellow neighbor may be experiencing the same problem, but because we don't turn to share, there's no way, there's no medium whereby we can help one another. And I say that because in my journey with prostate cancer, one of the things that I realized was that even though I had prostate cancer, I found out that I had some friends who were also going through the same thing, but we hadn't talked about it, and nobody knew that we were struggling with the same issue. And so one of the things that when Doc approached me, I said, yeah, I'm all in, because I'd like to help out on that front. How can we bridge the gap? How can we get this topic in the open? How can we be more comfortable about the struggles that we have, in particular with prostate cancer, and share that story, so we can help one another lower their mortality rate with that. And also one personal research that I really strongly like the medical community to do some researches on. Can we please get rid of Dr. Dre? Anybody know who Dr. Dre is? Doc, you know who Dr. Dre is?
The rapper?
No, not the rapper.
I was like, man, we're off topic now.
No. Dr. Dre is digital rectangular exam. Yes. Please, we're in the 21st century. Please come up with something that can, he's not fun. So that's my personal interest. Please, yeah, so I'm done.
All right, good. I'm glad we're not canceling Dr. Dre, the rapper. The DRE we can look into. Frank, what about you? Any research topics of interest?
First of all, I had to address Cujo's statement there. The digital exam, it has chased a lot of brothers away from getting prostate test. They want, that's the first step. And they don't understand why that was cause, and several reasons I've been told. One is that in order to know if you have an enlarged prostate, they have to go up there and they feel it. And if they feel it, then they will send you on to the next test, which is the PSA. In the medical field, everything is in staging. You got to do this before you do that, do this. And most African-American men know about the prostate finger. They know about it. And they've already made their mind up, they're not gonna do it. Okay, so whatever you say to them about prostate cancer and all that, they're not gonna get the finger or the digital exam. So therefore, they're not gonna get the PSA. Therefore, they're not gonna find out, what their Gleason score is. It goes down the line. And so I agree. If we get rid of something that we already know is a barrier to a community, and it is a real barrier, because it's based on your manhood. If the medical community can't man up and understand that that's something that is an issue, then they're fighting a real lost cause, because many brothers I know just won't do it.
I want to chime in here.
Mm.
We have really good data that we don't need the finger exam, right? At least for a screening tool, right? Just for seeing what your risk for having prostate cancer, we need to get people to get the blood test. Now, if we diagnosed you with cancer, that finger exam is really important because we need to be able to stage you, right?
Okay.
And we heard today in our talks about MRI and other technologies that we have that give us, I would argue, better information than the finger exam. So one of the things that we've worked in one of our BACPAC projects, Combat PC, is thinking about how we can raise awareness around the fact that good prostate cancer screening starts with the blood test, right? And that I think we could all agree to.
Can I ask a question? How many men have had a PSA? Okay, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. It was a beneficial test, it was worthwhile. And peace of mind is everything. Either you know or don't know, and that's better to know than to not know. So that's real good. The reason I joined BACPAC in part because I joined because I'm from Detroit, and the pandemic had come, and the pandemic shut us down as far as our support went. And then I got a part of US too, and they were meeting, so I had a chance to do a lot of Zoom meetings with them. And then I was asked by Marty Tuturian about the Washington group, and he said, would you be interested? And I said, yeah. And he put me in contact with Dr. over at the end, and I was like, okay. But I have to say, when Dr. Yauchi called me, he was so energetic. He was on fire. You couldn't say no to him. I attribute that to the character of the man, that he got me interested in coming to the Zoom meetings they had. Now, mind you, I work full-time job. I'm a caregiver on Tuesdays for my mom and my dad. I'm the guardian and also the conservator of my older brother who has bipolarism. And I said, well, I can find time. Well, I can't make all the meetings, but I make as many as I can. I do it because I want to learn as much as I can and get the word out to people of color that there's a way out. There's places to go for help. A lot of things are happening in the medical community. When I had prostate cancer 14 years ago, it's changed tremendously. The amount of testing and treatments, it is not the same. It's better. I mean, we're living in the age where we can deal with things and bring out longer lives. I used to say when I had pancreatic cancer, I just want to live another day. And that's true for any cancer survivor. If I got hit by a bus, or if I saw a bus coming, I was going to get hit by it, I would say to myself, I know the last thing I would say, I wish I could live another day. And so with active treatments, information, people that are treating me medically, I get to live another day. And I think that's what we all want. One more day, whether you have cancer or not. You just want to have another day. And I think the equal playing field is that by doing what your doc says, you get to get that extra day. Thanks.
Well, I want everybody to give a round of applause to these three gentlemen. Thankful for everything you do and the research that we do. Thankful for you taking the time to share your personal stories so broadly today, for your advocacy, for your friendship. There's so much work to be done. I look forward to doing that together. We're gonna go ahead and go to lunch, although I see one hand from Israel up. Quick question, maybe we can pass the microphone to Israel.
No, can you hear me?
We'll use the mic for the people on Zoom.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to piggyback on the gentleman on the end. I am Lieutenant Commander Johnson, U.S. Navy retired, and I too have a very interesting story. But I really appreciate what the gentleman said. Now, let me just say this: I'm not suicidal, I'm not homicidal, I'm not psychotic. But my time is up. My time is up.
Take your time. Take your time.
I put 29 years, 7 months, and 11 days in the Navy, and it was pure hell from start to finish. But I retired. I just want to say that there was a guy named Albert Einstein, brilliant guy, and he had 3 postdoc students. Linus Pauling, Herbie Itano, and I forget the other one. But 2 of those professors were my mentors. My background is biochemistry and molecular biology, and I studied with those 3 gentlemen who broke the DNA code for sickle cell anemia. And I established the first sickle cell center in San Diego City and County back in 1971. So I went into the Navy to do research because at that time they were kicking Blacks out of the military, out of the aviation program, who had been diagnosed with the trait. So I went into the Navy to do research. Unfortunately, I never saw a test tube in my military career. So after my retirement, I tried to be involved in health concerns as it relates to Blacks. And just as the gentleman said, anytime that I interact with a Black male, I try to inform him and talk to him about prostate cancer. And I have lost many friends because they don't want to know about the digital rectal examination. And there's an incident that stands out very clearly in my mind about this one gentleman. He was very adamant about he's not going to get it. And he made my life miserable, trying to talk to other guys about that. Lo and behold, about a year and a half later, I get a call from the same gentleman. And guess what? He has prostate cancer and it has metastasized. Now he wants to talk. Unfortunately, about 3 or 4 months later, he died. I've had 3 or 4 instances of that very same conversation with Black men who don't want to get the digital rectal examination. I'm glad that the doctor said that they now have the blood test. But for whatever reason, it's ignorance, pride, or what did I say? Apathy. Black men do not want to get that examination, and more often than not, it proved fatal. Now I said all that to say about this suicidal. I'm ready to go. My life now is what can I do to help someone else? And I'm always looking to see what can I do to bring a smile to someone else's face. I never heard of BACPAC until 2 days ago. So I was excited to come here. And I want to do whatever I can to pass the word on. But, you know, my time is up. My life is over. And I don't have no problems with, you know, meeting my maker. All I want to know is that my life is written in the book of life. All of my income I give to others. There are 3 families that I support. One is a undocumented Hispanic Mexican, a Muslim, and I have this Haitian. I make sure that whatever their kids need for school is taken care of. All I want to know what your needs are. And again, I applaud the gentleman for sharing this out because that helps me to know that it's just not me. Yeah. For whatever reason, Black men will not get a prostate exam. And we need more people to get the word out like this BACPAC. So hopefully we can turn this thing around. Thank you for the opportunity.
Israel, thank you very much for sharing. And I think everyone in this room should give themselves a round of applause for taking the time to invest in this. Israel, if there's something we can do to support you, you need to let us know. All right. With that, we are going to transition to lunch, and that will be for the next hour, 50 minutes to an hour. So we'll see everyone back in this room around 1:30. Is that correct? That's so not subtle. We figured if we did another set of lectures post lunch that we'd have to wake everybody up. So we're gonna try to have the format for this afternoon session be pretty interactive. We're gonna have these series of almost rapid fire style presentations that are gonna be hopefully around 5 minutes. And then that's going to lead into a fairly interactive section that's going to happen in the cafeteria. So the team will be setting that up. For those on Zoom, this is just a reminder that once we're finished with this session at 2:30, your day will be, your commitment to the day will be over. And then for those in person, we will transition to our World Cafe activity and our team will walk everyone through what that will entail. So I am tasked with doing the first rapid fire talk on early detection of prostate cancer. And the first thing I wanted to highlight, which Dr. Etzioni did, I thought really well, is that the natural history of prostate cancer in Black individuals in the US is different. Detection seems to, or cancer initiation seems to happen earlier, maybe a decade earlier. And certainly if we wait too long, the risk of being diagnosed with more aggressive cancer seems to go up. And so if you have different natural history, meaning like if the cancer seems to behave differently in timing and aggressiveness, then the benefit of screening is going to be different. So you saw this graph from this data from Dr. Etzioni. It seems like for all races, so this is the average US population, about 30% of men will develop prostate cancer in their lifetime, whether they actually get diagnosed or not. And that number seems to be closer to 45% in Black men. The likelihood of being diagnosed with clinically with clinical cancer is about the same, slightly higher, but the risk of late onset cancer is higher. The other thing that we saw earlier was that the likelihood of being diagnosed at a younger age is higher. So if you want to think about the harm and the benefit of screening, which those terms are used this morning, right? Everything it's kind of a balancing act. Benefit when it comes to PSA testing as a screening tool is going to be decreasing the number of men who die from prostate cancer, right? The harm is finding cancers that we don't need to find because they're not aggressive or because someone's not healthy enough to benefit from having it detected early and treated, right? So we talk about those as cancers that are over detected. These strategies, this is what I present at scientific talks. Just suffice it to say that we thought of a bunch of different criteria for screening that varied by age and whether or not you ended up getting a biopsy. And what we found was if you have the traditional testing on the far left over here, the more testing we do, the fewer men die from prostate cancer. But we do that at the risk of detecting a lot of cancers that we don't need to find, right? And that's true in Black men and in all populations. Now, when we simulate this and we restrict who we screen, right? So rather than screening everybody age 40 to 84, now we say only those who are age 45 to 70, that are healthy, we're gonna recommend an annual test, and we're gonna biopsy those who have a PSA that we define as positive. We can get that benefit. You can see here is about 20% reduction in cancer death. By intensifying that screening, we can get to around 30%, but we do it without detecting a lot of extra cancers compared to what we do historically, which is here, right? So we see that the cancer detected is around 30% in both cases. And that's what this is showing with some numbers is that, the screening strategy right here where we age restrict gives us about 67 out of every 1,000 men having their cancers be over-detected. And that's similar to what we see in current practice. Now, if we screened everybody, we see that number goes all the way up to 155. So what we know from the studies that we've done as a group of BACPAC is that Black individuals face challenges in accessing screening. We interviewed 29 men in the Puget Sound area, and there were 3 main themes that came out of our interviews. We shared this with the board yesterday and our advisory board members. There's lack of information and support within the health system to promote prostate cancer health and prostate health and prostate cancer awareness. And that was a quote that accompanied that, really, that the average Joe didn't feel like they left their primary care doctor's office with information on their prostate cancer risk. The primary care physicians are gatekeepers to accessing PSA testing, and may lack the knowledge about Black men's risk of prostate cancer, and they may have beliefs that PSA screening doesn't work. And so again, this is a quote from a patient who had a hard time advocating for testing. And I want to be clear that each one of these themes is pulled out as something that was a recurring message in all those interviews. Okay, so we don't just isolate the most interesting quote, but it's sort of like there has to be a persistence in that messaging in all the interviews. And there were some other themes that came out of that, but those are the 2 that are pertinent to screening. And we interviewed, or we surveyed, excuse me, primary care doctors and urologists here in Washington State. And what we found was on the far right, that's the most important one. 75% of urologists felt that PSA testing reduced a man's chance of dying from prostate cancer. Out of the 32 that interviewed, 75%. Only one of the 31 primary care doctors that we interviewed felt that PSA testing reduced prostate cancer death. Right? And when you guys heard earlier today from Dr. Etzioni that prostate cancer testing does indeed, PSA testing does indeed reduce prostate cancer death. So I would say for the 25% of urologists who answer this, we need to help them as well, but it seems like the majority of the primary care physicians need opportunities to learn what is current as far as what we view the benefit of PSA testing being. So these are my conclusions. And I would say that for the group, as you're thinking about priorities, screening is not just it's not just a blood test. I think the blood test is where we start. But, if the blood test is abnormal, there's the digital rectal exam, which we've talked about is a huge barrier. There's MRI. There are other tests that we do. There are blood and urine tests that we sometimes try to incorporate into decision-making. And so I want everyone to sort of think broadly about all these different factors. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our next speaker. And I don't have my schedule with me, but it could only be one of 3 people. So who's next? Is it you, Dr. Murphy? No, let me see. Don't worry, I've got the master list here. It's on genetics. So that would be Dr. Darst. And like all of our prior sessions, we'll save questions for the end. All right. So I'll have Dr. Darst introduce herself. I'll just say that she is a leading expert in genetics and prostate cancer with a very strong focus in health equity. And so we're really lucky to have her as a research partner in BACPAC, but also as an expert for us today. So welcome.
Thank you. Thanks so much for inviting me. It's really, I didn't get to stay the whole day today, but it was really amazing to get to sit in for some of the patient perspectives and hear your stories from as like a PhD researcher. I don't get to hear that a lot. So it's nice to get to actually connect with the people who are in our studies, because that's really kind of a disconnect for me. So today I'm going to be talking about genetic risk of prostate cancer in men of African ancestry. So prostate cancer is one of the most heritable cancers. There is a really strong genetic component to prostate cancer. And we have identified genetic variants across the genome that are strongly associated with risk of prostate cancer. However, genetic studies to date have had a lack of diversity that could potentially contribute to health disparities. So this figure here, I forgot to put in the citation, sorry, but it shows that over the last almost 2 decades, the overwhelming majority of participants who contribute to genetic studies are European ancestry individuals. But globally, European ancestry individuals only represent 12 to 15% of the population. So we're really not representing everyone in our global population in our genetic studies. So in prostate cancer, because we know there's such a huge health disparity and that prostate cancer really impacts Black men, we've really tried to focus a lot of our efforts in recent years to do more genetic studies in men of African ancestry. So this is just showing some sample sizes over the last few years. And you can see most recently this year, we've had about 19,000 African ancestry men with prostate cancer and about 61,000 without, who've been included in our studies. And these are really huge efforts across many, many studies and across the world. There's a decent number of studies from African countries that also contribute to these analyses. So it's a really huge effort. And you can see that the number of variants we've identified over the years with these increasing sample sizes and increasing diversity in our studies has also increased, which is really great. So we've taken these variants and combined them to develop one single genetic risk score that indicates a man's genetic predisposition to prostate cancer. So it really kind of tries to take all of these variants across the genome and simplify them into one single score. We know that 1 in 6 Black men in their life will develop prostate cancer, which correlates to a lifetime risk of about 17%. But if we take into consideration genetic information, you can actually see that those lifetime risks have a pretty wide range depending on what someone's genetic risk is. So in this figure here on the y-axis, we're showing absolute risk of prostate cancer. On the x-axis is age, and the different colored bars represent different genetic risk categories, and the highest genetic risk categories are represented by the top. So you can see men with the highest genetic risk actually have these lifetime risks that might range from 30 to 45%. So much higher than what we see in the average African ancestry population. Because we've had these really large scale genetic studies and we've had a pretty good number of African ancestry men included in them, we've been able to also identify a number of population specific variants, the variants that are only found in African ancestry populations that are associated with prostate cancer risk. And these are variants that are important to prostate cancer, no matter what population they're found in. But because we only find them in African ancestry populations, that does have important implications for Black men. So I'm just going to give you one example for the sake of time, but you may have heard of the HOXP13 gene. This is a really big prostate cancer risk gene, but usually the variant that we talk about in this gene is one that's only found in Scandinavian ancestry populations. But there's actually a number of variants in HOXP13 that are found in other populations, and one that was just recently reported is this one here that's referred to as X285K. This one is only found in African ancestry populations, and it's associated with a pretty big risk of prostate cancer. So men who carry this variant have about 2.5 times higher risk of prostate cancer than men who don't carry it. And we see that men who carry this variant also have much higher risk of aggressive disease. They have about 5 times higher risk of metastatic disease than men who don't carry this variant. One other interesting thing I want to mention about this variant that we found is because we have so many diverse participants in our data set, we were able to look at their genetic ancestry. And you can see here that we have men from North Africa, East Africa, South Africa, and West Africa. And we found that men who carry this variant, which is represented by the little black triangles here, they're only found in men who had some amount of West African ancestry, which has important implications for African American men in the US because a lot of Black men have West African ancestry. So this could be important for thinking about who has increased risk of prostate cancer. And the last thing I just want to briefly mention is that we're starting a new study now where the overarching goal is to integrate or investigate genetic risk of prostate cancer progression and factors that contribute to health disparities in a diverse cohort of men. So we're going to enroll any man in the state of Washington diagnosed with prostate cancer who self-identifies as non-white, because we've had plenty of white men in these studies already. So we really want to build a diverse cohort. We're also going to invite any of their male participants to enroll in this study, whether or not they have prostate cancer, with the goal of following them long-term to see if they end up developing prostate cancer, or if they have prostate cancer, how does it change over time? And are there genetic factors that we can identify that would help us know who's at risk of developing a more aggressive disease over time? So we're trying to make the barrier to participating and the actual participating as low as possible. So participants will consent, they'll complete a questionnaire that asks them about their personal and family history, some sociodemographic, basic information, and then they'll contribute a saliva sample. And this can all be done at home. They don't have to come have a visit. And they'll do this, they'll repeat the questionnaire every couple of years just to see if their prostate cancer has changed. And they'll also all receive free genetic testing information, which could be useful potentially for their treatment decisions. Yeah, and then the other thing to mention is this is a new study that we're just starting, and this is something that we're really hoping to collaborate with on BACPAC to find out how can we make sure that everything we're doing and planning and how we interact with participants and the questions that we ask are things that the community actually wants to know. So it'd be really great to get your feedback and thoughts on this as we move forward and get this study started. Thank you.
All right, so next is going to be Dr. Adam Murphy from Northwestern University. I'm going to give Adam a quick intro. People have asked me why I went into urology. As a medical student at Northwestern in Chicago, most of the people that I saw that were faculty and trainees didn't look like me. And there was one person that everybody talked about at Northwestern. I was a chief resident then, and then new faculty as a rising star. And I remember thinking, I want to be like that guy when I grow up. And so one thing led to another, and I was applying I decided I want to go into urology, and everyone was like, you got to meet Adam Murphy. And I was like, yeah, you know, I've been seeing him from afar. I'd love to meet Dr. Murphy. I'm sure he's busy. And Adam quickly took me under his wing. And I mean, like, took me under his wing. Like Saturday, I'd be at a coffee shop with Adam with spreadsheets doing research. And Adam had a young family at the time. He's invested so much into my career, and has been this tremendous influence. So it's fun for me. It's also very special to have Dr. Murphy, who is not only my mentor, but a really close friend, visit with us today. So he's the only one that gets an intro like this.
I was, well, first of all, thank you for that introduction. First of all, I'll just say that when I started this, I didn't feel like there was many people out there that were interested in this topic. And so my goal was to basically replace myself and make that person better than me. And so I've already done that. So I essentially can die. I'm kind of good. I'm Adam Murphy. I am a urologist and prostate cancer disparities researcher. And I come to this in a different space than I did when I first started this career, which was I brought myself into it more. And so I'll just say that one of the things that came out of a recent clinical trial that I did, that my community partners, 8 Black men who are not physicians, not medical professionals, 4 of them were survivors, 4 of them were just people who cared about Black men's health. Those people helped me start my biorepository through word of mouth, through their social networks to grow my biorepository. And they also directed my research, and that's how I got my first R01, was basically through my connections with my community partners. So what you're doing here completely vibes with what I believe is the right way to do research. And I'm excited for you guys being in the audience. So that's one. The second thing is that the way I brought myself to this is that we as Black males come to healthcare and prostate cancer decisions in their 40s or 50s or 60s or 70s after about 40 to 70 years of not being educated about our health by our doctors. And I had a mom that was a nurse, so I've always had hand-curated nurses and doctors take care of me. And so I didn't know that there were issues with health literacy or relationships between Blacks and their doctors until I became a helper of other folks, watching them have very little health information shared with them, and I had to defend those people, including my own children. So my spin on what I'm going to talk to you about is really, hopefully, what you care about, so that you can work with Dr. Nyame and the group here to get it better for everybody, including people who look like you, who are not as well connected as you. So and we agree that there's a lot of contributors to the health disparities that go into prostate cancer. Today, I'm charged with only focusing on the biological factors here, epigenetics and genomics, which is about the genetics of the tumors that you have and the tissue that you have. And basically, we know that there's a lot of differences in the way Black tumors versus white tumors look genomically. And you may see differences in how their testosterone receptor triggers other genes in that tumor. So the testosterone it's a sex gland, so you know testosterone is acting in these tumors. And part of how we attack it is taking away testosterone from your body, right? And so androgen receptor signaling differences need to be really explored more. There's also increased genomic instability, meaning there's higher likelihood of mutations happening and rearrangements and deletions of genes from the tumors happening. The metabolism are different, the inflammation around the tumors are different. And so that's one kind of thing that genomics can pick up. And so we kind of need to understand all these differences genetically, genomically, and in the epigenetic space where, I don't know if someone talked about epigenetics already today. So I did an autopsy study in Nigeria, and we compared it to the autopsy rates of prostate cancer in Black and white men in America. And in Nigeria, the rates of prostate cancer at autopsy are 8 times less common than they are here. So 8% of Black men and overall, there's a accrued rate of 8% of latent prostate cancer. And it's about 48 to 64% in whites and Blacks in the United States. So what that should tell you is that it's not just our genetics, it's the environment with which we put ourselves in the United States and in the Caribbean, where the rates are highest, right? You can say it's stress, you can say it's diet, you can say a lot of things, but it's not just genetics. And what environment acts on is the epigenome, where you get methylation happening to your DNA. So it can silence it or activate it, depending on where it is in your genome. So your environment matters. And I was not the first person to do that study. They did that same study 6 times in Nigeria, and Americans didn't believe it. It was always somewhere between 6 and 11%. I did it because I didn't believe it. I was an arrogant American. But we basically standardized it, had good autopsies, made sure everyone had formalin, and to completely embed the tumor, and did all the sectioning that we would do in the US. So basically, the genomics is all the things that can go on with the genes in a human organism. And there's parts that code for proteins and parts that do not. And one of the things that keeps coming up in the mutation space that Dr. Darst mentioned was DNA repair mutations, these individual mutations and how your body adjusts for these mutations that happen. So you can actually direct treatments now to these highly mutagenic tumors based off of whether they have these genes like BRCA or other DNA repair genes mutated or not. So what Dr. Chang and Dr. Yami are gonna work on is getting these genetics to see how common these things are. So I hear some ideas. I think you're all already doing this. I just found out yesterday. When I wrote this, the idea was you all should do a biorepository, because I did it in my community of Black men who are trying to help my research agenda. I agree with that. I just think that you should put into place a caveat, a statement that people can't come to you for your genetics data without your approval about their research idea. Because it needs to actually does not matter to them, it needs to matter to you. And that the endpoints are really, really clear that you're getting something out of the deal. So I wanted to make sure I talked about that. But using your social networks to help recruit other Black men into these biorepositories faster is really something that I think would pay fruit. We recruited 135 men in 7 months, healthy controls from the community, because my group would go out and connect me to their people. And so that's a very powerful thing. And there's a study that just came out that showed that Black men respond to Black doctors for research or for clinical care more so than they would. They have more trust. So your faces actually would be a good inducer of trust to connect folks back to you guys as repositories and research questions. There's only a few genomes of Black tumors that have been done, about 100 of them in the largest studies, doing the whole genome, every gene, all 3 billion base pairs would be helpful to have more of those so that people can come to you guys as a resource, so that you can give this to other people and speed up kind of the process of disparities research and be left behind. So things that can get you access to whole genomes would be helpful. I'm going backwards. So one thing that in the health literacy space could help also is because these conversations are not happening between doctors and their patients, because of the health literacy gaps, we found that if you gave them a genomics test and then gave them 2 weeks to think about results, they made different decisions on average than they did in the past about their treatment. They chose active surveillance more often in our trial. So I think that by giving someone a test result that talks about their probability of prostate cancer risk, you're actually addressing that health literacy a little bit by making them have a conversation about this result. So I think it may engage you more in the conversation, and it may slow down your fear about just choosing surgery or radiation because of the fact that you have this knee-jerk reaction, right? To respond aggressively when you have a cancer diagnosis. I don't have proof of that, right? But a trial on biomarkers in Black men could help you all figure out whether or not this is actually making the shared decision-making process better. You can think about whether or not it makes decisions better, whether it makes decision regret less because you made a more informed decision. And you can use that data from those folks to use that all that genomic data for future research projects that would also help you guys. So you can measure shared decision-making qualitatively by watching the interactions, recording the interactions. You can measure decision conflict before the person goes through their decision-making or before they go through treatment, and then see if they have regret a year later after they're done, because a lot of men have regret. 13 to 23% will have regret about the choice they made. And you reduce that risk by improved decision-making. So I'm gonna, just because of time, I'm gonna stop. But anyway, I'll leave this for Dr. Nyame to go through other ideas later. But I think, and I'm also partnering with with a genomic test manufacturer called MDX Health to make the test free to the men who are involved in my trial. So that it doesn't have to go through their insurance. You can get uninsured men involved in the study as well. When you go out, MDX Health, I am answering this question for them, which is to see if genomic prostate score or Decipher will predict who progresses in 2 and 5 years. That's what I do for them, but in return, they're helping my patients with a free test. So just some strategies.
Our last speaker for this session is going to be Dr. Sam Washington. Somehow I deleted something on Adam's slide, but okay. Sam Washington is assistant professor at the University of California, San Francisco. Speaking of people that I've known a long time, Sam and I were on the same interview trail looking for a residency spot. And the first time we met, I think, was in Cleveland. And, you know, you look across the room and you're like, hey, I'm probably gonna get to know this guy pretty well. How you doing? And then, you know, you get off the plane and the next city, it's like New York. And then you look around the room, I'm like, oh, Sam Washington. And, you know, then we're in Boston, I'm like, Sam Washington. All right. So we've kept in touch. We share ideas. We talk about patient care together, our families. One of the best gentlemen I know, and I'm so glad that he's part of BACPAC and here today to share some thoughts about life after prostate cancer treatment. So welcome, Sam.
So everyone, I always apologize up front because usually my talks talk about how we urologists don't do great at most aspects of our lives, right? When it comes to care. And I think healthcare systems are the same way. I think we all know that they don't listen to communities the way they should. And oftentimes we focus just on the prostate cancer, the treatment, ignoring that the prostate cancer and the treatment are just one portion of life. And we don't understand what people are dealing with in their lives because we're so focused on the prostate cancer. So a lot of my work is really how do we get the community and the systems talking, and how do we start making changes that we measure and feedback in an iterative process to start changing institutions. So that's what drives a lot of the stuff that I look at now. Survivorship is one aspect of that. So just remembering that prostate cancer treatment is part of that journey, but life still continues. So I think we've seen enough about treatment options for prostate cancer. I put the one pale person in here because that's my mentor. But I think things that we often forget is that people have surgery, and oftentimes I see patients in clinic and they're like, one and done. I'll have the surgery, I'm good. Nothing else happens after that. And we have to have conversations about, well, something may need to happen after that, whether you have surgery or radiation, and what that looks like. And we need to start talking about what that's going to do to someone's life, even after the one and done surgery. That means, okay, how often are you going to see me for lab tests? Do we need other imaging? Do you need some other treatment? And then how that's going to impact everything else outside of that 10, 15, 20-minute clinic visit that we have together. So it's really about people understanding how treatment's going to impact your life. And for me, remembering that the treatment is not the whole picture, just a small fraction of it. So we started to look at this. Well, we have huge data sets where we've been churning out information about difference in Black men versus white men, prostate cancer outcomes. Busy slide, but no one's really looked at with large numbers just how much of a burden cancer care is to people's lives. When we draw labs, when we do imaging tests, they're taking time off of work, they're taking time off caregiving, they're taking time off whatever other thing they would rather be doing, rather than getting a blood test or getting an MRI. And we started to quantify that, and we see that that burden that treatment has on people's lives, work, continues for years. For us, we looked up to 10 years, there's still a burden that persists from treatment afterwards. And that's really the impact after the one and done surgery or the radiation that we don't look at that well. And the problem is it changes over time. So I can't tell you, oh, it's just going to be one day every 3 months for the next 5 years. Depends on what happens over those 5 years. But the burden is there. And we see that no matter what type of treatment you pick, people will still start to miss a week or more each year for all of the cancer care that they're getting. And when you start talking about, well, I need to take care of, for me, my kids, my family, I have a job, I can't take time off whenever I want to get a lab test or to get any other type of treatment. And we noticed that amongst Black men in this cohort, they were reporting much less time off from work. And what that led me to ask is, well, what are they doing? What other things are they sacrificing when they do show up for treatment? What are we missing so they are unable to get some of the lab tests or imaging that they need to get done? So it really kind of frames it more on the provider and the institution needing to understand what's happening and how we're impacting people's quality of life afterwards, not just sexual function and urinary control, though we know any type of treatment you have is going to impact those, but how we're impacting their lives afterwards. So I don't think that's the onus on any patient, it's the onus on us in the medical environment to understand that better. And that's where voices provide more impact to tell us how we should be doing better. So I think I'll just sum it up. Life continues after treatment, but post-treatment, there are still aspects of care that continue to impact everything else. That's work, that's your usual activities, that's your quality of life, sexual function, urine control, relationships with family, discussions with other members of the family about prostate cancer screening. All of these things impact every other aspect, and we just don't have a good idea of what that is. So when we are left to our own devices, you end up with uninformed action. So we need more voices for information. Thank you.
Okay. First session to end on time. We're at 2. We did it. So we're happy to take questions. Maybe we pass the mic around if anyone wants to direct a question to any of the speakers. Dr. Doris, I'll have you come down. Any questions in the audience? Oh, we got one. We can put these chairs.
So we were talking at the break, kind of dovetail off of, they're mentioning the different geographical areas, specifically like Africa. One of the things we're asking about the numbers here in the United States compared to other places throughout the world, not just Africa, where folks of African descent are in these prostate numbers. So if the numbers are X over there, X over here, say lower over there, why are they? Why are those numbers lower
So
than in the United States, basically?
great question. I'm gonna give one caveat, right, which is that data collection in developing countries like the United States, European countries that have more resources is better, right? So in the US, I mean, if Virtue talked about how we have a cancer registry in Washington State, how we use it. That's such a complex system. It costs a lot of money. I mean, literally, all pathology reports get faxed to the National Cancer Institute. So it takes a lot to collect that data. So I want these guys to answer that, but that's one of the disparities, actually, right? Like we can't get a good sense of what cancer incidence is in parts of sub-Saharan Africa because it's not collected.
And then also, you had mentioned earlier today about those numbers in the United States and in southeastern United States, how those numbers are much larger. So it's kind of why is that so in that area of the country, and then why in other areas of the world? And how do they compare?
I'm going to direct that question to Dr. Murphy and Dr. Washington, but I wanted to make that point because I think the ability to understand the problem only happens best when we collect the data, right? You have to have the information to start analyzing. And there are some parts of the world where we just don't have, we have great data once people die. We know that what they died from, unfortunately, right? But we don't know who has it early and at a stage where they can be cured, that kind of thing. So anyways, the southeastern US, Dr. Murphy, do you know, would you like to comment on why we have higher rates of cancer there, higher rates of death?
I mean, I think I will say this about, I get to have a couple of things about the Africa situation in sub-Saharan Africa. There are several efforts going on to improve the cancer registries in Nigeria and Ghana in particular. I got to be a part of some of it because we would go over for research work, and they are doing a lot more work with that. But PSA screening is not a routine thing that happens. And so the mortality rate's about 80% of the incidence rate, because that's just how late people are detected in their diagnosis. So the incidence rates are different, but that's why you go to autopsy studies to try to figure out our rates. Is a natural history different? And so I just think that there's a lot of environmental things that are going on in the United States that suggest our environment is a big contributor to it. More so than just our Nigerian or West African genetics. In terms of the Southeast, you can find that the rates of COVID-19 mortality rate, MRI utilization, prostate cancer and breast cancer and colon cancer mortality look rough in the exact same spots in the United States. And so it gets to be where you think you're looking, if you put out income or mortality rates or maternal mortality rates, the maps oftentimes look very, very similar in the Southeast United States. So there's a lot of healthcare access issues. There's also dietary issues. There's also environmental issues.
And I think I would always couch when we talk about data in the United States, out of 100 men, 3 of them will be Black for any data set that we have realistically that we've been using. So we're using very small numbers here to extrapolate to all of us. And I would say all of us are not the exact same, right? So I think our data here is better than other places, but not great. And what you'll see, I come from Texas, so there's a whole layer of things there, right? But the system's problems, when you take out prostate cancer as a slice, you see the same pattern in breast cancer, colon cancer, because that's not a deficiency on our side. You're starting to see the environment in which all these things develop and are missed, not diagnosed, not screened, not treated appropriately. And you start to add on all these other layers, you start to see patterns across cancers. And those are the things we have to understand better as well.
Just kind of finish up on that, sorry. Is there anything that we...
Hold on, wait for the mic just so our virtual participants can hear you. Thank you for waiting. It should be on.
Okay, is there anything that we could be doing better as compared to maybe any other country that has better numbers than us, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it? Like, as an example, if South Africa had way better numbers than our country, or European countries, or Nigeria, or Africa, or pick a country, what are they doing differently than us?
I want to see what these gentlemen say, and Dr. Darce, if you have an opinion. I'll tell you, I mean, I know what I would say.
I would say that one of the things that we probably both are focused on is improving the inclusion of Black people in research, improving the access of Black people to quality health care. Because oftentimes what we do is we go to what's convenient in our neighborhood. In Chicago, I can't get someone from the South Side to go to the West Side for care if I give them a recommendation from my favorite doctor. So to talk about going from, I don't know what is in South Puget Sound, but from there to here is probably like a minor miracle, like parting the Red Sea. So it's like, I can't get my Black folks to just go from the local federally qualified health center where the guy looks like him and is excited to see him to Northwestern or University of Chicago. So inclusion is a big part of the answer about better data. And so that is a historic, mistrust issue that I think is happening.
I would say the same thing. Our numbers will look great in San Francisco because everyone's in Oakland, right? And that gets to the whole thing of measurement. It's what you're measuring looks better, but the question is what you're missing, right? So we saw the same thing with COVID testing. Places, their numbers started to look better because they just stopped testing for it. So they had lower numbers of cases they're reporting, not because there was less COVID, they just stopped looking for it. And I think what you'll start to notice, we're highlighting all of these gaps that we have. And when you ignore those gaps, you ignore so much information for the benefit of making it potentially look better, but not in the true context of what's happening.
Wow. Didn't think Sam was going to attack the state of Florida right there, but
sorry.
You asked about what other folks are doing better screening, right? So if you look at guidelines for testing, or PSA testing in the community, in European countries, for instance, they have much better screening utilization that correlates with better early detection. And then the other piece of it, other countries don't have the same social barriers to getting high quality care. The barriers exist everywhere, right, around social boundaries, but other countries do a better job of helping people get to centers of excellence and things of that nature, and that creates a little bit more equity. Doesn't close the gap all the way, but certainly doesn't make it as big of a problem as what we see. Who's next? All right.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for coming. And it's good to see some Black doctors in the room. I had my surgery on July 6th this year. And my urologist keeps reminding me that it's only been 2.5 months, although it feels like 2.5 years. But my question is, I was not prepared for the mental and emotional transitions that were going to take place afterwards. And I haven't been able to find many people who want to talk about it. So I guess I'm asking, maybe, I think you were hinting at it, how we help people post-surgery and how we help them transition, and then how we help find places for them to have conversations or mental and emotional support after that.
So when I see patients in clinic, post treatment, pre-diagnosis, they'll often tell me, I'm having trouble with erections now, and I'm not sure if it's because of the diagnosis or the treatment. And I tell them the cancer treatment's only half of what's going on. The other part is the stress, anxiety, worry for you and anyone else around you in your sphere that's happening. So thankfully, where I am, thankfully groups have already established specific support groups for Black men in East Bay. So for us, that's the place where I'm like, we have people that look like us, where it's a safe space, we can talk about this. It's separate from anything Dr. Washington's doing in research or with UCSF. It's a place for them to talk, and we come to answer their questions when it comes to medical care. But there's a safe space for them. And I think you have to have that. And I think other groups have that already. But it takes kind of an intentional development of these spaces so we can all feel safe. But I think it's something that happens way before treatment, that mental burden that happens. We have to, as providers, acknowledge and address it, and then hopefully develop more resources. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
So there are support groups here. We can connect you. I'm looking for Ben. He's not even here, and I'm still volunteering him for support group work in the region. But we can get you connected. And then, you know, we are thinking about a peer navigation program. Actually, I went to run over and grab my card. And I think that's something we can study and figure out how to provide more support through peer navigation. And I think because this is the third time distinctly someone's had a microphone and brought up, you know, psychosocial, emotional support.
Zero also has them as well. Zero for prostate cancer is I worked with them to start the first Black men's prostate cancer support group, and it's virtual. And they also have a peer support group. It's not a navigator, which would be excellent, right? Because you want them to someone to buddy you all the way through the process, right? And decision making. But they do have people who are, and they will try and match you based off of the treatment you had. So that you can, if it's a radiation, if it's a prostate cancer kind of outcomes, they can talk to you about what worked and what didn't work, what regimens helped them.
And I think we have something similar. We call them wellness warriors where we are. And oftentimes they're patients, but also pastors. So they're already in the community. They've broken down some of the barriers to discuss these things, but it's someone who is a peer talking about their own experience in a very personal space. So I think it is incredibly helpful.
I just want to echo what you are sharing with us today is one of the most common things that we hear from all of our patients that we treat. And those first few months, I mean, it's almost like when I see somebody at that 1-year visit, it's like I'm seeing a new man, right? It's like finally overcome all the challenges and obstacles of recovery. And I always say, we just got to get you to that 1-year point. Like, give it time, but it's a hard thing to go through. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to respond to this gentleman. There's a group in Seattle. I don't know if you're here local. It's called Us Too Seattle. You can look them up on the internet. We meet in person 1 Wednesday per month. And it's a time for people to come with their caregivers, whoever. Some men are about to enter treatment. Some men like yourself have just had treatment. Myself, I'm 7, 8 years now post-treatment, come together, talk and share with each other. And then a different Wednesday per month, it's a Zoom meeting where they usually have a practitioner like these excellent folks, and you can ask questions. And there's different subjects every month. Again, they're online, and the leader of the group, Marty Chakoyan, is just a wonderful, wonderful person. So if that works for you, I'd really welcome you.
Look online too. There are treatments for almost all the side effects. And the reason why I know this is because I'm writing a grant for our gay and bisexual men's clinic that's, if straight Black men have an issue, gay Black men have even more issues in this space because a lot of their practices are not accounted for in the way we counsel patients right now. And so urinary incontinence during sex is called arousal incontinence. That was something I didn't even know about. But people would leak urine during sex just because they're aroused, and that would be disturbing to partners. But people will use things like condoms and penile tension loops to help with that. There are people who have things like if they were used to doing something anally for themselves, the radiation could cause pain with that issue, so they have treatments for that. If there's erectile dysfunction issues, there's a rehabilitation program that people can be using as they're recovering to try to make sure that they don't lose too much of their penile length and kind of preserve erections. So there's a lot that can be done, but people typically hide about this time of their recovery process and kind of hope that things get better, but it's actually an active recovery process.
100%. Kojo, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, my question probably is specifically directed towards Dr. Adam. So one of the things that you talked about was the impact of environment on prostate cancer. And so the question that I had is, what has the scientific community or the medical community done in the areas of the impact of environment on prostate cancer and addressing this issue? Do we have any specific reasons as to why, the environment is having such an impact?
Because you directed at me, I want to say something. But I think my colleague to my right may be better at this. I tried to do a migration study where we looked at West Africans from Ghana and Nigeria, West African immigrants in US, and African Americans, and look at their genetics, and then their diet, and then their kind of environmental exposures that we thought were associated with prostate cancer, right? And the problem is finding a spot for it in the NIH to be funded. The government, the people in the NIH have ideas about either they're kind of genetics people or they're kind of social determinants of health, environmental people, and they don't always like the overlap in topic. And so I found it difficult to fund. But the RESPOND study was something that was USC and UCSF and others Ann Hamilton and Chris Heyman are the PIs of the study. And they are basically trying to recruit 10,000 Black people across the country. Like, people are freely submitting their data, and they're actually collecting their kind of environmental exposures that we think could be associated with prostate cancer risk, either getting it or aggressive disease. And they're trying to tease it out now.
So that one, so for the response study, one of the co-Is is at UCSF, focused on the social environment. So they have someone looking at molecular standpoint, genomics, and perceived stress, neighborhood discrimination, lifetime stress discrimination experiences. So you're starting to get patient level exposure, DNA, tumor characteristics, but also where people live, and starting to tie all these things together. And that's really where we're at. Where thankfully they have 12,000 Black men and they're looking at this, but there hasn't been any larger group to look at this beforehand in this type of way, acknowledging all the different levels, all the other. But correct me.
Yeah, we've had really large genetic studies, but we don't usually have good phenotype data like that. Yeah, and I think until very recently, there hasn't been, like, I think now it's really gaining a lot of traction, and people are recognizing we need to study social determinants of health. And even in the genetics community, we're now starting to really have a focus on, it's not just genetics. We need to look at it more holistically. Like, genetic risk factors may vary because of someone's social determinants of health and different exposures they've had. And if we kind of ignore those, we're going to really miss it. So we are interested now in looking in some of the prostate cancer work we're doing, and the new study that we're starting. We do want to collect as much as we can about someone's environmental exposures and any kind of social stressors they may have experienced in their life, to better understand, like, do these genetic risk factors depend on what kind of social experiences these people have had? So I think there's more of a focus on that now, but it's really new area than that. Not that much research, at least in terms of integrating social factors with genetics, is really new still.
I'm just going to quickly add that BACPAC has funding from the Andy Hill Care Foundation. So this is state funding $1 million to design a biorepository that would answer this question. And the study's called GEMS. So that's germline, environmental, structural, and social determinants of lethal prostate cancer. Dr. Darce is one of our advisors and collaborators on that. And so we recognize that that's an important question. I think it's important enough that we don't design that study in a silo where we get together and think about how to put that together, but that we do it as a collaboration. And so that's why we've taken that approach. So we will be reaching out to folks who are interested for some advisors so that we have some community representatives present to discuss, how to design that particular study and how to do the follow-up for it. So stay tuned. We take one more question because we're right at 2:30. So Daniel.
I can hold off.
Oh, no. You get the last question. You should take.
Oh, well, I'm still unpacking all that I've heard, but I think that one of the things that kind of locks us in, when I heard this gentleman over here, it reminded me of my vulnerability with a childhood friend of mine on my status. And when I was vulnerable with him, I'd known him since we were kindergarten. And here, this was just a couple of years ago. And he told me he had prostate cancer. I was shocked, but then not shocked at the same, but how we approach things in reducing harm, I think, to ourselves as Black men, and even the terms used, you don't want to be soft, you want to be hard or whatever, even those subconscious approaches and how we conduct ourselves amongst other Black men can kind of keep us from having that camaraderie that opens up, makes ourselves vulnerable to discussion. And the other thing was, I know you mentioned something, so I say we would dismantle a lot more than just our immediate situation with prostate cancer if we could open up and expand that kind of communication on a wider avenue. But you were mentioning something that sounded really good about mapping, and then I could sense my hesitation of who I was hearing the message from. And it's kind of, once again, that preservation or harm reduction, what's going to be done with it, or when you're thinking of, the HeLa, that type of thing, or Tuskegee, or what's the gentleman with the speculum and things like that. There's so much of this history that has caused harm for Black people that it makes it difficult to kind of break out of that, not only individually, collectively, but interculturally, to seek that help. So
Yeah, that's completely understandable why someone would feel that way. And I think for me, like collaborating with people like Dr. Nyame and BACPAC, I think is the way that I can try to make sure that everything we're doing is like as appropriate as it should be, and make people feel more comfortable. But yeah, I think that's a hard thing and something that we have to like do better at and build more trust in the future, because we haven't, and historically we haven't done a good job. And I think even recently we haven't done a good job. And like, there's so many reasons to not have trust. So I think that's a challenge. But I think for someone like me, I have to really make sure that I reach out to people and that I am open and listening to the ideas that need to be heard and doing whatever I can to build trust. I think this is, I also think the burden of solving these problems shouldn't be on the Black community. So I think I should be doing what I can to also help. But I know that like I can't do it on my own. I need to collaborate with people.
I think this builds kind of rationale for your being here though, right? Is the fact that you are being vulnerable enough to say that you're a survivor by sitting in this room and identifying yourself amongst other people and being in support groups to say what side effects you're having is kind of like that Aquila and the Bee moment. You're being the light for someone else, to kind of watch that strength happen and be inspired by it. Because I think the only way we can solve the problem is by being researched and by being investigated and by being included. And so if we keep with the same pattern, we actually are setting ourselves behind in a very rapidly progressing time in science.
Yeah, and again, you know, Respond is a cancer moonshot initiative. We're talking about a big sum of money to support that. It's a really important study, right? We all want to know the answer, but the accrual, at least in the early period, I don't know where Respond is now, was really challenging because I think in the beginning they hadn't built the partnerships to make sure that opinions like the one you just shared about dichotomy of understanding it was important, but still having reservations were addressed. I think they've done a better job with that in the study. I think we can do an even better job just designing it from the start together, right? So that we don't have to have those hurdles. Do we have anything for the VRC? Okay, so for the virtual community, for the virtual participants, this is sort of the end of our program. Thank everyone who joined us. One of the things that we are going to build out of this symposium is a virtual research community to have an opportunity for folks to be surveyed on some research topics. I don't know where the QR code is, Jenny. Is it on the computer or are we going to email it?
It's coming out to everybody. There's going to be a survey link that goes
Okay,
out to
perfect.
everyone, both the in-person and online participants. And we're giving everyone a chance to give us their email. Let us know if you want to stay involved in our work. And especially if you'd like to be a part of this virtual research community that Dr. Nyami mentioned. We really invite everyone to participate themselves, spread the word to your communities and your friends and your family as we build this movement.
All right, perfect. So we are now going to transition to the World Cafe. Are you going to walk us through how that's going to work? All right, perfect. Follow Jenny. She's in charge. My time is over as event MC. All right.